Very good morning to each and every one of you. I take this opportunity on behalf of DCB Girls College and the Department of English to welcome each and every one of you to the one-day international seminar on crisis as opportunity. Of late, we have witnessed a booming of webinars, especially for the faculty and the technical people, but we have not come across many webinars that have been organized for the student faculty. So the department had a plan and a wish to give the students a scope to learn how to cope during this pandemic. And with that thought in mind, we have organized this particular seminar entitled Crisis as Opportunity. We are very fortunate to have many renowned and dignified resource persons with us today. So once again, without wasting much time, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to this international seminar. At this time, may I request our principal, Dr. Gina Munibhuya, to address the welcome and inaugural address. Over to you, madam.
Good morning to everybody. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome all the resource persons, student participants from different colleges, and the viewers to this international webinar, Crisis as Opportunity. Albert Einstein said, in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity. There is no question that we are now in the midst of a global crisis created by the spread of COVID-19, a very tiny virus. This global pandemic has touched millions and millions of people worldwide, socially, economically, culturally, psychologically, and many other ways. Long-time imposition of lockdown not only affect our livelihood, but also it creates global health crisis. There is no doubt that the crisis creates a problem. In this present crisis, the whole world is going through a change. However, every change represents a new beginning with a more experienced and innovative way. So we should focus on how to cope with this crisis and the opportunities created thereof by it. Education has been one of the notable area in the present scenario. So as an educational institute, we have to focus on this sector mainly. Due to imposition of lockdown, our institution has been jolted out of its conventional ways. About 1.5 billion students across the world find themselves outside the classroom. To avoid a complete breakdown of the learning process, educational institution adopted the online or any other virtual mode for academic delivery. This pandemic gives us this opportunity to transform our traditional education system to virtual one. Transformation cannot come about through technology or tools again. We have to improve our skill. This crisis will lead us towards a new world, giving us an opportunity to expand our minds, our skills, our understanding, personally or professionally. After all, this crisis gives us an opportunity to spend time with our family like we had never before. We cannot deny that this destroys our livelihood, but beyond this, there will be new horizon. So never let a crisis go to waste. In this present situation, this webinar will help us. I hope this webinar will give us some avenues to mitigate this global crisis in a more positive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your inaugural address. And right away, we are going to start off with the first technical session. And the first technical session, we have our resource person, Simran Bhattacharya. Simran is a student, and we thought that we will start off our seminar with a student resource person, because it is especially for the students. So keeping that in mind, may I now take the opportunity to welcome Simran Bhattacharya, who is a rising senior. She is in her incoming fourth year student at the University of Maryland, College Park. She has passed her high school from Maharishi Vidya Mandir, Jorhat, and from the science stream, and presently she is studying psychology. She is pursuing her pre-med track, and her hobbies include working out, baking, painting, and hiking. Currently, she is enjoying her summer break and also preparing for her MCAT exam. So now I would like to hand over the time to Simran. Simran, are you there? Are you audible, Simran?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. Yes, you can take your time now, please.
Okay, cool. So let me start sharing the screen with you guys so I can share my PowerPoint that I've prepared. And you guys see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Simran, and as you guys already have mentioned, I'm a senior year student. I'm majoring in psychology, and I study at University of Maryland in College Park. So this is basically the introduction, what was already mentioned before. I want to be a doctor in the future, and I'm pursuing the pre-med track. I'm passionate about things like mental health and staying active. And my hobbies are working out, baking, painting, journaling, and hiking. And I love the outdoors and getting to meet new people. So I really appreciate you guys are here today. And I also wanted to mention, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk. And I hope I do a good job and give you guys all the information that you need, and this is helpful. All right, so this is the University of Maryland, and so this is our campus from a top view, and as you can see, it's pretty empty right now. Yeah, so this is a good snapshot of it. I just wanted to give you guys an overlook of what my campus looks like. All right. So life in College Park. So College Park is the city in Maryland where my university is located. And how College Park was before the pandemic, I'm going to mention this in the slide. So we had in-person classes. I'm a science student. So along with psychology, I'm pursuing pre-med. So I have a lot of labs and practicals, and we have a very active social life where I hang out with friends. And we also have Washington, D.C., 20 minutes away from College Park. So it was a really nice way to be active socially. And then we also had an active hostel life where we would have fun activities to do with other people. And then I would stay fit by going to the gym, which we had in our university. And I was also a part of club organizations like Turpthon. And Turpthon is a club organization that fundraises money for patients who are in the hospitals in Washington, D.C. And I also attended a lot of local Bihu functions as well as other cultural functions, which I'm going to show you in the next slide. So these are a few pictures. So the first one is of DC, Washington, DC, and this is the monument. And the second one is just me in Turpthon this year with all of the other club members. And then this picture is of me in Rongali Bihu, which was last year, held by the local Assamese community in DC, in Washington, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And this was last year, and this year was canceled due to COVID. All right, so let's transition to March 2020. This was when everything changed very drastically. This was when we got affected by COVID, and US was one of the countries that was affected towards the end. So this is when we started seeing changes to our lifestyle, and we had to transition to a different environment completely, and cities started going under lockdown and everything. All right, so COVID-19 begins. Okay, so this is a picture of New York. It's Times Square, New York. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but if you have, you probably know that it's filled with people. It's one of the major hubs of New York, and one of the major tourist spots, which is filled with people before COVID. So as you can see, it's a very busy and active place with a lot of activities, fast food restaurants, and it's basically one of the places I love to go to. And this was busy, like this is always busy. But now I'm going to show you how it changed after COVID. So this is a picture of New York after COVID happened. So as you can see, it's pretty deserted. There's no people, there's no life, and the spark was gone. So New York was under complete lockdown, and New York was one of the most majorly affected cities of the US. So as we can see that this was all gone due to the pandemic. All right, so university shut down. So once the pandemic happened, it affected our university by having all of our in-person classes getting canceled, and our university closed down completely in the last week of March, and all of us had to evacuate our hostels and dorms and other on-campus apartment facilities. Okay, so what it meant for students. So as all of you guys are students, I'm going to talk about how it affected us. So like I said, we all had to evacuate our apartments and hostels on short notice. And all of the local students who were from Maryland were able to go home. But most international students obviously had difficulties as they had to find flights to go home. And there were a lot of travel restrictions in their home countries as well as in the US, which meant that if they go back to their home countries, maybe they won't be able to come back again. Who knows, depending on how long this pandemic lasts. So there were a lot of questions, a lot of difficulties that the international students had to especially face. And many students had to, that's why, and by many students, I specifically mean the international students, they had to accommodate alternative living arrangements. And a lot of students also have on-campus jobs like myself. And I had to lose my job temporarily as the university was losing money, as well as they had to maintain safety. So the new college life. So now I'm going to talk about how it affected college life when the pandemic happened. So classes moved completely online. I know a lot of my friends who already had online classes, but all of my classes were in person, but now they all moved to an online environment. And we were not allowed to be on campus. So campus was completely deserted. There was no one there. There was no activity. The life of the campus was gone. And a lot of professors during the first 2 weeks had to adjust to that online environment. So they had to learn, they had to be trained on how to like teach online and how to accommodate our expectations as well. Okay, so this is going to be one of the main topics in my discussion today. I'm going to talk about how our online classes were held. So as you can see in this picture, this is a website. It's called Elms Canvas. And this is a website which we were already familiar with. It was nothing new to us. We were already dependent on this website for a lot of our things that we needed to access in the course. So this is a website where we have all of our courses posted. And this is how the professor communicated with us by giving us weekly reminders about assignments, about exams. And I'm going to show you in the next slide how it looks like once you log in with your credentials. Okay, so this is the next slide. So as you can see on the left, I have these tabs called syllabus, files, announcements. So this was nothing new to us. We already had this, and this is where we have everything posted for us. So this is one of my classes I took last year, and I'm just showing you an example. So basically, we have our syllabus posted for the semester. We have lecture PowerPoints in the lecture material folder that we could use to study. And that was our primary way of learning. And we also used those PowerPoints for preparing for the lecture before we came to the lecture, just to get an idea of what to expect and what the professor is going to teach to us. Okay, so all of this was known to us, but there was something new that was added to this website once the pandemic started. And this was Zoom. So Zoom, like we're having the meeting today, it was completely unfamiliar with me. I didn't know how to use Zoom at all. So I had to learn it. I had to learn how to use it. And basically we had this page created on most of our courses where it showed us upcoming meetings, previous meetings, and cloud recordings. And as you can see in the upcoming meetings tab, I have no data because I don't have classes right now. So no one's posting anything. Our professors are not posting anything. But usually what this means is in the upcoming meeting sections, we had slots and we had like appointed time to when we had to show up. And these were our live lectures that we needed to attend. But now I'm going to talk about how this shifted to pre-recorded lectures. So when you see, as you can see in this, there's also a previous meeting tab. And in the previous meeting tab, what we had to do was basically we had access to these pre-recorded lectures. So in case, suppose you can't attend the meeting due to like an emergency, or you can't attend the meeting because you're not well or something or anything, our professors made sure that because it was such a stressful situation during the pandemic, we always had access to these previous meetings. We always had access to these recordings so that we were not missing out on anything. And these were actually very helpful as we were able to look at these meetings before our exams as well, because a lot of times when I was in person, I would notice how I wouldn't be able to record the lectures and view them later because I would either not pay attention or be distracted or not take proper notes. But now, since I had the previous meetings tab, I could go back to it and take proper notes and see what I missed before. And I could reread the meetings. I could re-see the meetings and like join them. So that was very helpful. And you guys can feel free to ask me more questions about this and like the exam format that I'm going to talk about in the next slide. Okay, so like I mentioned about the lecture meetings, we had pre-recorded videos on the website, and then we also had live lectures on Zoom. Depending on the professor, they decided if they wanted to host live lectures or they wanted pre-recorded meetings. And I will say that all of our labs, my labs got canceled. So I was taking physics last semester. It got completely canceled, but I know a lot of my friends were taking labs and their labs didn't get canceled. And the way their labs worked was they were taught how to finish lab reports without conducting the experiments, because obviously you can't do the experiment from home. So there were alternative ways that the professors found. But personally for me, my labs were completely canceled. And lastly, I do want to share whenever I needed to contact my professor regarding anything, I always used email. So if I had questions regarding the course content or even questions regarding exam format or the pandemic stuff, or even to check on my professor, how he's doing during the pandemic, I would use the email. Okay, final exams. So our final exams for the spring semester are always held in May. So my exams were in the middle of May and they lasted around 2 weeks. And all of our questions were posted online in the website I just showed you guys. And the way that this worked, excuse me, and the way that this worked was depending on the professor, we either had to type in the answers to the questions that were posted, or we had to write them in a notebook and take pictures of the answers which we wrote and post them on the website. So that way the professor knows what we wrote and is able to grade them. And all of our exams had a time limit of either 1 to 2 hours, depending on what course it was. And one thing important to note is all of these exams were open book. So open book means that you're able to access your notes, you're able to access your textbook, and see like answers if you're confused about anything. And these were mostly done to maintain integrity during the exams, because all the professors realized that since we were moving to an online environment, there's going to be a lot of unethical means to communicate during exams, like cheating, looking up the answers off the internet. So that's why all of our exams were open book, and they were a lot harder with less time. So they had more questions so that the professor could ensure that we didn't cheat and we didn't have time to like maybe call our friends up and ask the answers. No. And some of the exams were different for different individuals. So there was not the same exam for everyone, which again ensures that they were maintaining integrity. And our professors before the final exam also had review sessions where we could ask questions related to the exam, or even if we had confusions regarding the course content of the exam. All right, so this is a slide about my summer break. So basically we have summer break every year from May to August, and currently I'm on my summer break. My school is about to start in 2 weeks. I'm really excited. Okay, so now that I went over how everything works and how all my exams were conducted, I'm going to talk about the effects of the pandemic on different things like academics, personal life, etc. So first, I'm going to start with obviously the difficulties that I had to face during the pandemic. So the first thing I would say was how this was a very new way of learning. And I had to adjust a lot to the new environment, which was really difficult for me, and I'm sure with everyone else. And it was also really hard for me to stay motivated and have a drive, because before I would go to classes and show up and be in a learning environment with other students where we would all learn. But when you're at home, there's so many other distractions, there's so many other things you can do. And since my lectures were pre-recorded, it was really hard for me to like stay motivated and find a time where I could stay focused. And then obviously when it's an in-person environment, it's easy for you to ask questions to the professor. You either raise your hand or go to the professor directly. But now I didn't have access to the professor, so I couldn't ask essential questions that I had related to the course. And when we had in-person classes, although we had the website for reminders, so it wasn't that difficult, but our in-person classes helped us to keep up to date with the course content, and our professors would tell us what is coming up, when are the deadlines. So in the US, we have deadlines with every assignment and exam. So it's really difficult to keep track of these things, because if you miss the deadline, you get a 0 on the assignment. And like I said, it was not an interactive learning experience. And the exams and assignments, however open book they were made, they were still less ethical because there was no conductor of the exam. It was all online. And personally for me, I like working with other people. I like studying with my friends. And since this was all online, I couldn't study with my friends anymore. I had to depend on myself for studying. Okay. Sorry, that's a repeated slide. Effect on personal life. So now I'm going to talk about, besides from academics, how it affected me personally. And like I said before, international students had to find new apartments, new places to live. And personally for me, I also got kicked out of my apartment and had to cancel my lease. And now I'm living currently with my international student friend. She's also an international student and she's unable to go home. So we're living together. And then one of the biggest things that I had to adjust to was getting adjusted to the loss of social life. I'm a very extroverted person, and that's why I used to rely heavily on meeting new people and staying connected with friends, hanging out with them as much as I could. But because of COVID, I couldn't do any of that. So that was really hard. And then the other things that it affected me was I'm not really fond of cooking. So usually to satisfy my daily meals, I would rely on fast food restaurants on campus that would keep me well fed. But due to the pandemic, obviously, it was hard for me. And then, like I said, I like staying active, and I couldn't go to the gym because all the gyms were closed down due to the pandemic. So that was really hard as well. And we used to go and watch football games and basketball games, and all of those tournaments got canceled because our athletic team got affected with COVID. Okay, so that was a lot of negatives. Now I'm going to focus on the positive things that are coming out of this. Although it's hard to see the positives, I'm sure that we can find a lot of them even though we don't realize them. So I'm going to mention some of them for you, and hopefully you have been seeing the positives as well. Academics. So I did mention a lot of negatives on academics, but I'm also going to mention the positives. So the first thing that helped me was I wasn't really familiar with a lot of online things. And since this pandemic happened and we were heavily dependent on online teaching and learning, I got a lot better with navigating online. I also had increased self-motivation. Like I said, it was really hard for me to stay motivated and keep a good drive. So because of this, I was able to motivate myself and make sure that I was studying more. So because I was more motivated, I also had more confidence with my concepts and with everything I needed for my exams. And since I had more flexibility with time due to less social interactions with other people, I also had more time to study and focus more on my academics. And I also believe that the open book exams and the time limit obviously helped with keeping our integrity. And the other two things that might seem kind of unnecessary, but I'm still going to mention it because I think it's super important. Um, so all of us know that when we go to classes, we have to get ready. We have to um, wear proper clothes and then eat breakfast. So when things are online, you don't have to worry about those things. You just have to show up to a meeting. So you can avoid traffic. You can avoid a lot of things that that usually happen when things are not online. And then obviously, as we know, in Assam it always rains, and here in Maryland also we have a lot of rain. So when things are online, you don't have to worry about the weather. Like if you're going there, you don't have to worry about the rain or even the heat during a hot summer day, because you can stay in your apartment and watch your classes, which I think is super important and easy. Okay, personal life. So the picture to the right is my friend's dog who lives with us. And I'm going to talk about how this dog has really kept me happy. So I really didn't have a lot of interaction with pets, but because of COVID, I've been able to spend a lot of time with this dog, and I've had it as a companion. I take it for walks. I do everything with it. I play with it. So if you guys don't have pets, don't worry. There are other ways to keep yourself happy as well, which I'm going to talk about. So personally, for me, since I told you I'm extroverted, so I had a lot of time adjusting. But since I started living with my friend, we obviously had an increased friendship, and we learned more new things about each other. I was also more self-dependent because now I started cooking and like getting groceries on my own, which I never did before. And then I was also able to spend time on other things like painting. And I never painted before, but because of COVID, I had time to actually explore painting and see what it's like. And I also started hiking a lot, which is super fun. And obviously, I still kept track of my older hobbies like working out and baking. So these were the hobbies I obviously like. It was before mentioned. I obviously enjoyed, so I made sure to do them all the time so that I was keeping myself healthy mentally. And I also made sure to stay connected with my close friends and family through video conferences, like either through Zoom or WhatsApp and stuff like that. Okay, mental well being, like I mentioned, some of the things already. So I started focusing on more things that kept me happy. I started being really positive, although it was really hard. I started having a positive outlook, and I spent a lot of time on self reflection on things that I didn't have time for before. I started analyzing situations, not only my personal life, but also the world as a whole. So I was able to develop a lot of empathy for people as I saw that a lot of people were losing their loved ones. A lot of people were being affected by the virus, a lot of deaths. And because of this, I started feeling a sense of privilege because um, I knew there were a lot of people, even who were not affected by the virus directly. They were affected indirectly through either losing their jobs, especially the poor people. Like once they lose their jobs, they don't have other ways to earn money. And obviously, if they get the virus, they're more going to be affected by it because they don't have money to afford for the clinical care that they need. So I started developing this self-reflection a lot more and also recognize my privilege. And I also learned to be a responsible citizen and by wearing a mask. So obviously, I was not only preventing myself from getting the virus, but obviously, a mask prevents other people from getting the virus as well, because you never know if you're asymptomatic, you're still the carrier for the virus. So you could be spreading it to others. So it's always good to wear a mask, which I learned through this experience. Okay, the future. So, what is the future going to look like? No one knows. But these are some of the scenarios that I came up with. And hopefully, these things happen. Okay, so like I said before, I'm an optimistic person and I have an optimistic outlook on how this is going to affect us. And I have great faith and a great respect for the health field, the medical field. And it's not because I want to be a doctor myself. It's also because I know that I believe that they're going to come up with a vaccine and other curatives to stop the spread of this virus and to make life normal again. And before, so I'm pretty sure that once things become normal, we will appreciate small things a little more than before. Because now I know the importance of staying in touch with friends, hanging out with friends. Like before, I would not think of these things as like big things. But now, after the pandemic is over, I will obviously appreciate the quality time I have with my friends, either if I'm going to DC or having dinner with them or studying with them. All of these things are limited right now, and I'll greatly appreciate it. And then, because the whole world right now is able to be prepared and deal with this global pandemic and this adversity that is affecting everyone, I'm pretty sure that we will also be able to deal with something equivalent or even greater in the future, because we're able to cope with it now in an effective way in most countries. And then I don't know if a lot of you know this, but our planet is now much more cleaner and getting less polluted because we're going less outside. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we take better care of our environment after the pandemic is over, because obviously we love our Mother Earth and we don't want global warming. And lastly, I also believe that we will have more patience with things, because right now it's almost been 6 to 7 months of us being in this pandemic, and we've had a lot of patience with it, with the virus and with the vaccine, sorry, coming up. So I'm pretty sure this patience will allow us to face adversities in our personal relationships, as well as other crises that we'll face in the future. Lastly, my suggestions. So do keep yourself busy. I know a lot of you guys are students and you don't have classes right now, but I promise you there are other ways you can keep yourself busy with. Be innovative and creative, and try to like read magazines, read books, keep up to date with news, focus on your hobbies, and make sure that you're always keeping track of your mental health and doing things that are making you happy. And always stay connected with your close friends and family. I know a lot of you are probably with your parents and family members, but if you're not, make sure to like reach out to them through social media, Instagram, WhatsApp, whatever it is. We have a lot of things, technological advances that make things easier. And lastly, do make plans for after quarantine and hope for the best. So one of the plans I'm making for after quarantine is this concert. I really want to go to a concert, and hopefully I get that as soon as possible. So thank you. I hope you guys enjoyed my presentation, and now I'm ready to take questions if you guys have any questions for me.
Thank you so much, Simran. That was really enlightening. I think our students and participants have really had a very, good kind of interaction with what you have already spoken. There are certain questions we have for you. I would like to really appreciate the way that you have, given us a very detailed, idea about how you had coped with the situation, though you are staying in a different country as a whole, and the situation may not be, similar to ours, but still, it was really nice listening to you and knowing about all the different types of, problems that you had to face. At the same time, the solutions that you have also, given to us. And now the first question, may I take up the first question? This is from Payal Sharma. And her question is, what are the psychological strategies did you adapt during this crisis? And what will you advise everyone to adapt? So this is a question from Payal. Over to you, Simran.
Okay. So the psychological strategies, I think I covered some of them already in my slide, but I will stress that everyone is different. Everyone has different ways of keeping them happy. For me, if you're an extroverted person, you obviously know that you gain your energy by talking to people. You gain your energy by being around people, which is not possible right now. So it's harder. So I would suggest, for me, I'm doing a lot of my hobbies, and I'm also playing video games. So if you guys are interested in video games and stuff, explore that. And also read new books. I think that is a very good strategy. There's a lot of self-help books that are online now. You don't even have to go to the bookstore. You can see them online on websites. And even staying fit, like staying active. I've been staying active by looking at YouTube videos and doing them, because I know I can't go to the gym. So I'm pretty sure you guys can do that as well. Just find 30 minutes during your day. I promise you it makes a huge difference. Staying active, getting good night's sleep, get 7 to 8 hours of sleep every night. Make sure you're not hard on yourself, and eat a balanced diet. um, this is pretty basic, but I feel like these things are pretty important as students, because we're still growing and we're still learning. And I've been trying to eat healthy as much as I can. I've been having a lot of vegetables, fruits. Although cooking wise, I'm not an expert, but I would suggest vegetables and fruits are very important.
Thank you,
That's my
Simran. Okay, thank you so much. We have another question from Pranjum Priyambora. Her question is, since 2020 has been a very rough year for the whole world, do you see any positive traits amidst this? I think you have already partially answered this question in your
Yeah.
presentation. Still, if you want to add something more to this. Yeah.
I feel like positives, um, I don't see a lot of positives this year, but I'm hoping that next year, we're almost done with 2020. I'm hoping that next year will be a really good year for us. A lot of people, if they're graduating, I don't know how many people are graduating, but there'll be a lot of this thing I didn't mention, but since we're all moving to an online environment, I also feel like now there'll be a lot of job opportunities where things will be online, because before employers didn't know how to make things online, but now since everything is online and people are adjusting and adapting, there'll be a lot of opportunities where you can work from home, which will save a lot of money, whether it comes to going outside for like taking your car, like saving money on gas, for example, because a lot of people struggle with that, or even like getting ready, like with time, you have a lot of flexibility with time. So those are the positives I think I personally see.
All right, thank you again. There's another question here. This is from Arbin Yashin Rahman. And her question is, how do you constantly motivate oneself in the movement of crisis so that we can stick to our basic goals of life? That is the question.
That's a good question. So I feel that is also very personal, depends on the person. I keep myself motivated by um, waking up at a specific time. So I tell myself I'll wake up at this time. I make a to do list, I make a plan, I have a calendar. So whether it's Google Calendar or a planner, I write out my activities that I'm planning to do for the week. And then I make an agenda of what I'll do this week, what I'll do the next week. And if I can't finish these things during the week and this day, I will make up for it the next day. So that is how I keep myself motivated. Keeping a planner is very important. That is my advice to any student, because we are human beings. We're gonna forget things. But if you add things to your calendar, like even this meeting, I added it to my calendar, and that's how when I wake up, I check my calendar. Oh, like what are the things I need to finish today? And I try to finish them. If I can't finish them, I make sure to finish them within that week. So that is how I keep myself motivated. And obviously, the other thing you can do is also ask yourself why you're doing it. So like whether it's studying, I mean, obviously everyone doesn't enjoy studying. I mean, I don't either, honestly speaking. So you could ask yourself, why are you studying? Because you want to earn good grades, you want to get a good job, you want to make your parents proud. So these are all the external factors that keep myself motivated. And if I feel very down, or if I feel like I'm not feeling it, I make sure I take a break. I don't force myself. Like I'm not too hard on myself. I take a well-deserving break. And after that break, I come back to my studying.
Thank you so much, Simran. There's one more question from Debashri Saikya. And the question is, what are some of the gainful activities you are engaged now, and what will you advise others? Also, tell us something about how to overcome from anxiety. I think this also you have dealt in great detail during your presentation, but maybe if you want to add something to this. Yeah.
Okay. Gainful activities. I've been going on a lot of walks outside alone. I've been exercising a lot, which I mentioned. Um, and then I've also been watching a lot of TV, like TV shows. These are some of the things that are about the anxiety thing. If you need yourself to calm yourself down, watch your favorite TV show, binge watch a TV series, um, take like some time off, take care of yourself, treat yourself. So like if I'm feeling sad about something, I make sure that maybe I'm having my favorite food from a restaurant, or I'm online shopping. Like Those are small things you can do. Obviously, online shopping in India is right now hard because of the pandemic, but small things like going to the groceries, getting your favorite cookies or favorite snacks, like those are also small things that can help you. And if not, talk to someone. Always talk to someone. If you're not feeling well, don't keep it to yourself. Let it out. Don't do that, because that will accumulate and that's bad for you. So I would say always stay connected and stay keep in touch with your loved ones.
Thank you again. And there are actually two questions which are a bit similar, so I'd like to club these questions. This is from Achini Hira and Shruta Shini Bora. Both of them have almost similar questions. The question is, those who are introverts, they are being locked inside and their parents don't even allow them to interact with much people. This is a question from Achini. So those introverts are facing a real hard time. This is her take. And the next one is from Shutrashini. She says, I get depressed because of the pandemic. How can I, aspire myself to restart? Yeah.
Okay. With can you repeat the introvert question? I didn't understand
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Okay. She says those who are introverts, they are being locked inside and their parents don't even allow them to interact with much people. So there is a kind of barrier, from the parental, maybe parental pressure. So those
Okay.
introverts are facing a real hard time. So what do they do?
So for that question, I would say you should talk to your parents. Tell them that this is a hard time for you. This is something that is not easy for you. Um, Tell them that you need social contact. I wouldn't say go hang out with people. I would say make a phone call. Make a phone call to people. Tell them about your situation, that this is affecting your mental health, if it is affecting your mental health, and tell them how this situation has not been easy for you. You're used to seeing your friends. You're a college student. We're used to seeing our friends, meeting our friends. And now all of a sudden we're all forced to like not meet them anymore. So if you live in a hostel, you're probably used to not living with your parents. So tell them how that is a change in environment as well. You're used to being around your roommate and having fun with them. So try to make them understand, have a meaningful conversation with them, and try to adjust, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Actually, there are a flow of questions coming in, but we are also facing the time constraint. So we will go for the last question for the session. The
Okay.
rest of the students who are willing to, get their answers, I think we can give you the email ID of Simran. You can
Yeah.
mail to her and get the answers,
Yeah.
individually. So this is the last question. This is from Gargi. And I think this is a different type of question. She asks, how can we correlate with students of a different cultural and geographical setup given a similar crisis that we are facing? This is a question.
Um, I feel like you can correlate a lot, because although our culture, America culture, is very different, we're facing the same thing. The whole world is facing the same thing. We're all disrupted. We're all affected by this. We're all under lockdown. A lot of it is very similar, and as a student, we have a lot of things similar because um, we all take exams. We're all trying to graduate. We're all trying to attain a bachelor's degree. So all of us are on the same boat. um, so I feel like you can relate a lot in this situation with me as a student. I would say as a student, because I also had to face a lot of struggles, obviously, that I mentioned before. And I'm pretty sure you're facing the same struggles. So if you have any personal questions for me, any specific questions about how I dealt with a specific situation, I would be happy to help you.
Thank you so much, Gargi. And I think we should be now winding up with our first session, first technical session. Thank you so much. On behalf of the college, once again, would like to thank you. And it's really a proud moment for us because you hail from our hometown, and it is so nice to hear from you. So I'm sure our students have really benefited, and the rest of the students, those who have questions, please mail your questions to Gargi. I'm sure she'll be able to answer them, and it will really prove beneficial to each and every one of us. Thank you so much, Simran. I'm hoping to meet you again. Thank you.
Thank you for the
Yeah,
opportunity. I hope I
thank
answered
you so
questions.
much. Yes, of course, of course. Thank you so much. Now we will move on to the second technical session. Yeah, so now we are going to have the resource person, Dr. Sangamitra Goswami. And may I now request Head of the Department, Nandita Mazumdar, to please introduce Dr. Sangamitra Goswami.
My dear student participants, a very good morning to all of you. Today, we are really privileged to have amongst us Dr. Shaghamitra Goswami as one of our esteemed speakers. And I take this special opportunity to introduce Dr. Goswami to you. You will be happy to know that Dr. Goswami hails from Jorhat. Dr. Shaghamitra Goswami did her graduation in statistics from Cotton College, Guwahati. She pursued her MSc in psychology from Delhi University. Dr. Goswami obtained her PhD from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and her postdoctorate from Kellogg School of Management, Northwestern University, USA. At present, Dr. Goswami is working as a senior business analysis manager in supply chain and demand forecasting at T-Mobile, USA. And I hope you students, you will be immensely benefited from Dr. Goswami's deliberation. Hello, Dr. Goswami, Madam. Good evening. On behalf of the Department of English, DCB Girls College, I welcome you to today's webinar. We are very happy to have you in our midst. And I'm sure our participants are eagerly waiting to hear from you. So without further ado, I would like to hand over the session to you. Over to you, Madam.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Thank you so much, Nandita, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to give the talk. I really consider myself to be privileged. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, one sec. Okay. Yeah, so other day, Breeze, a very good friend of mine who called me and asked me to give a talk on crisis in the job market. So I would not consider it as a crisis. I would consider as an opportunity in the job market and how it evolves, how COVID changed and how it's going to evolve after COVID. So I would like to, say a few things before I start. When Breeze told me that you have to give a talk, I was like, why? I mean, why I have to give a talk, because I'm not in academics for a long time. And then I realized, I realized like I recently wrote 2 articles, one on COVID, after COVID, how the my life has changed, and people like me, how it changes their work life. And also there's another article I wrote, how I'm from becoming a statistics students to psychology to where I am, how I have changed the interdisciplinary things and how I achieved reach here. So In that first article, what I wrote, the remote working, how COVID has changed the lifestyle. So I came to US in 2005, and my first daughter born in 2002, and my second daughter was born in 2010. And I used to live in a city, Chicago, and it was gets very cold in the winter. And where I used to work, it's very far from my where I used to live. And it creates and work from home was not a thing. And during that time, I used to go to office every day 6 o'clock in the morning, and by the time I get back, it's 6:37. So it was a lot of challenge for me to drop my daughter 6 o'clock in the morning. And during those winters, it's pitch dark. And what used to happen that I don't even see my daughters during daytime for a long time. And it was such a challenging things. And when they get sick, also it was very I have to give them medicine and send to the daycare center. So as a result, I had to leave my job, and then went to a part-time job so that I can continue. And then when COVID started then work from home. Initially, people say, "Oh, you can work from home," but since in my team, work from home was not a norm, and there are a lot of like confusion, and productivity was questioned. But and ultimately, everybody had to work from home. And and then I realized that time, if you had, and what used to happen that during my time, like 2005 and 2006, like 8 till 8, 9, I mean, during that time, a lot of people had to leave the job market, like me. And those people are called as the opt-out generations. And then when it started that, and then the remote working started, and then now you started hearing that, okay, remote working is going to be a norm in coming future. And then I mean, that gives a lot of hope for people like me, who is to opt out from the job market, and again get back to job market when the opportunity comes. And then I mean, that's how COVID started a new hope for the people like me, I mean, and also in the job market. So that's one thing. I mean, that's my personal experience. And secondly, my life journey. So I started I did my BS in Cotton College in statistics, and then I went to Delhi University. And due to certain circumstances, I could not study statistics, and I did psychology. And people used to like frown at me, like, why you are doing psychology? I mean, statistics is much better. And I mean, that time I didn't have any option, but I have to take psychology, and then try to do as best I can do in psychology. And then to my surprise, though I studied psychology and my postgraduate education, I got like, I was the topper in psychology, like second topper, and that gave me a lot of boost. And then I did my PhD, and due to this interdisciplinary studies, I got a lot of opportunity later due to having two subjects in my resume, and then being like know the expertise in both the subjects. So it opened a lot of opportunity for me in terms of marketing analytics, the market research, then design, then technology management, a lot of things. So those are the two things, interdisciplinary things that I experienced. And I feel that after COVID, what I see is, like, in terms of crisis, there are a lot of jobs will go away, but there will be a lot of opportunity in the job market. And with like interdisciplinary stuff, there will be a lot of hope, and it will be like it will give a lot of avenues to the future generations. So yeah, so those are the two things I feel I can that helped me during the COVID. And then next is, I would also like to say, like, by the time my mom is one of the first students in the first batch of DCB college. So there were, I mean, when it was started, there are 17 students, and my mom was one of them. And she's so proud of the college, so that I carry forward that proud, and I'll be very happy even if I can give some fraction of that through my lecture. And And also I'm from Jorhat, so I'm really happy and I'm really fortunate to give a talk in front of you. And I hope you'll get benefited by this talk. So with that, I like to start my presentation. So these are the few pictures. Yeah, these are the few pictures what we have seen during the month of March and April. And I think we have never seen this kind of things in our lifetime, and we don't want to see this again. It feels like it comes straight from the movies, right? So this is a day at the fair held at the grounds of Red Fort. This is the one of the busiest airport. This is in Tokyo. This is Munich. This is the train station. It's normally so crowded. And it's like there's nobody, and it's one of the restaurants in US. So what happens as a result? The system stretch beyond the limit. So this is a picture of a rubber band. I mean, I don't know if you identify that in the rubber band. This is the best picture I could get, and this is the picture of a rubber band. Okay. So what is the analogy here? So what happens when you stretch a rubber band? It keeps growing, but there is also a limit. After that limit, if you keep stretching, it never comes back. And COVID is some kind of a situation that has that kind of an impact in our life. So what happened? And COVID creates lot. I mean, within few nights, it creates such a stress in our lifestyle that I mean, definitely after COVID recedes, it will come back to normal. I mean, it will come back, but will not be doing lot of things we used to do before. So the question is, what is the new normal? What are the things it's going to come back after COVID? There will be changes, and there are also be a lot of opportunities. So what happens, like Barack Obama, he gave a comment speech to the 2020 high school graduate. So he said that what he said, like, but as is always been true at key moments in history, it's going to depend on young people like you to go out there and rewrite what's possible. Is the conviction that with effort and perseverance and courage and concern for others, things can get better. It's the time you expected to fully take charge of your life direction. There is incredible opportunity. So I would like to say a few words here. So what happened? The pandemic has shaken up the status quo and status quo of our life. Nobody knows what's going to be in future. Like, and it changes so much. The best thing it happened that for the young people like you, nobody can tell you that, oh, that's how things has been done before. That's one. And second is, oh, you are too young to understand. Nobody understands. So you are not too young. I am not too old. Everybody is same to understand the situation. So it's on you how you shape the situation and how you take the charge of the opportunities COVID will present to you. So with that, what is going to change is the resilience will be the key in futures. So there will be a few changes that will drive the new world. One is tax savviness. I mean, that I think Simran has already laid down, like tax savviness. So, I mean, after COVID, we started doing a lot of things online. The technology will be key. Whether you work in a factory, work in an institution, work at home, you have to be very tech savvy. So you have to know how to use Zoom. You have to know how to use your computer. I mean, you have to know how to operate your phone effectively. So the tech savviness will give you able to work effectively. Then another thing is innovation and creativity. So COVID, I mean, as I told you, it changes our life within a day or two. So I mean, people has to be, and it creates a lot of vacuum in terms of how you work, how you get things from the stores, and then what kind of product you use. So I'll give an example. So what during the COVID time, the oxygen oximeter becoming very popular. So what Mercedes-Benz, there's a Mercedes-Benz used to produce cars. So suddenly they stopped producing car because the car demand for car has gone down because everybody started working from home. There are very few people on the road, and they don't. The cars demand has gone down. So what they started doing, they started. So to survive, it's not to survive. I mean, there are very big companies, but like to get used to the new way of life, they have to innovate, they have to create. So what they started to do, from creating car, they started to making oximeter, which is a very different business, and it gives a lot of boost to their profit and business growth. So innovation, creativity, whichever are doing the creative and whichever who are into innovation, they will be the survivor in this kind of situation. Another thing is data literacy. So I don't know, you may not know like fourth industrial revolution. What fourth industrial revolution is, it's like using the internet of things and internet of system, like data. And like robot will be doing a lot of things for you, and artificial intelligence. So what self-driving car is a example of artificial intelligence. So data driven things. So all these are based on data. So how robot works, so based on how you used to work before, like you ask a robot to mop the floor or sweep the floor, how it does. So they take a lot of data, like in the past, like how they sweep the floor, and then feed into the robot, and based on that, okay, if there are dirt here, you go this side or that side. And self-driving car, so if you keep driving, you know this road is this way, this road is this way, like they feed into a lot of data, and that's how the artificial intelligence work for a self-driving car. So a data-driven decision making will be very critical in the future. So I'll also give an example of what I do and how data-driven decision making is so important for the industry later. But yeah. So, and digital and coding skill. Digital skill is I'll give deep into that, but Simran is already told you, like online tech savvy coding, like to automate a lot of things, like for us, like we used to give I think for you also, you used to get a lot of report, like you used to get numbers, like newspaper, and then okay, for COVID, like this is what do I say? So yeah. So for example, there are some promotion going on, like there are some sales going on. You get a alert in your phone. So those things will be more common, and digital and coding skill, you require digital and coding skill to generate those skills, and those things will be very important. Another will be leadership. So I think a lot of you must be, kind of skeptical what leadership got to do with, like in the future. So what happened is a lot of people are working from home, and a lot of people are doing things online. So you need a different kind of leadership to make them motivate, to get them work, and to get them make them most productive. So leadership will be very important. Leadership will be very important in that case. So it's not leadership only in the organization level, but for companies, but leadership at school, like how your leadership at the parent level, leadership at as a teacher, leadership as a as an elder. So leadership will be very important in the future. And emotional intelligence, I don't know whether you many of you know or not, but I'll give an example. Emotional intelligence is how well you can control your emotion, in terms of awareness, in terms of what to say and how you can release your emotions. So as a COVID, we are experiencing a lot of stress, and how you control your stress and how you can best use of that stress for making the future better. So emotional intelligence will be one key that will keep you going in future. So, but all single theme underlying three shift, that is this shift, that is digital and online learning, that digital literacy. So as I told you, there'll be a lot of opportunity. So I'll give you some examples about as in COVID, what kind of innovation are happening, how different people are adopting to COVID situation, and how you can learn from them. So I'll take some examples, not in only on digital world like automation, artificial intelligence, and things like that. I'll take some example in other worlds as well. So for example, our artist world. So digital comic. So comic, when you create a comic, the artist has a lot of role to play. So they use pen, they use ink, and they draw those pictures and create a comic. It's not just you put it in a printing and it comes out. No, there are a lot of artistic activity involved into it. So digital, there are a lot of digital transformation happening in comic book in past years, but suddenly it has completely changed the comic world. So DC Comics, I don't know how many of you know or not, but DC Comics, they publish their comic every year in the month of May. And then this year, what happened, since digital, they could not do it printed this year due to COVID, they did it digitally in month of May, and it became very popular. So what happened? The artist role is still there. It's not that artist role has changed, but artist role has gone in the comic world, but their role has changed. They had to acquire the new skills to get acquainted themselves with the digital comic, like online comic. Another thing is, if you see this picture, so this is a picture of a sculpture. So what these artists do, so he creates this kind of sculpture, and then that's how he creates art. And this kind of art gets displayed in parks and offices and schools and those places. So, but after COVID started, his demand for this kind of work has went down because nobody goes out these days. So what he did, he started working in like small works on paper. Then he started using video and sound pieces, and he started in analog and digital instrument to keep this kind of work moving, and then started displaying digitally. So if you display it as digitally, like just keep a picture, it's not interesting. But if you keep all these effects, it become more interesting, and people started appreciating this kind of art, and it gets him more revenues. And then another person, what she did, that she started teaching painting without a paint. So it's very interesting. I was reading her description of how teaching painting without a paint, like it's like she created some concept called wild college. So she asked you to go outside, like whatever best outside you can go, and take whatever things you have and start doing the collage. And then another artist, like what she did, she started doing the mural painting of the and that's how, like, she tried to keep on the game of our art world, and also she started earning some money by doing what she did before and what she did now. And then another person, what he did, art trigger strike, as to the hashtag, he started creating an online word to connect with the artists to identify what they're doing now. I'm sorry. What they're doing now and what they used to do, and how, and that's how they started connecting to the our art world, taking art to the kitchen. So this person, so she used to do all these pieces and create sculpture. So she try so now lot of time she spends in the kitchen, so she tries to create those things in the kitchen, like she tries to bake cookies with that and do something else, and then create art by what she used to do as an art in an art form in the kitchen. So these are the very interesting innovation that it's happening in the artist world. There are many more, but I'm just trying to give an example of how innovation is happening in the artist world. This is innovation in the manufacturing sector. So when COVID started, what happened? I am in Seattle, and Seattle is the first hit state by COVID. So that time, United States were not prepared at all, and none of the companies are prepared at all. So we started having the first lockdown, and then shops were closed, and there's nothing to eat, and there's no delivery. We used to go to the Amazon site; the site has crashed, and when we wanted to put delivery, it doesn't even open. So as a result, we were out of food. Like many of us are out of food for a long time. I mean, we used to I'm not saying we were starving, but we did not have proper food for a long time because their stores were closed. There are nobody to deliver. So there is a big dearth of people who deliver, and also there are dearth of people who does the packaging, and then so as a result, so after the what happened then, they this Amazon kind of company, they started the realizing that there can be a shortage of labor, and we need to address this issue. And then so so a lot of automation is started to happening, and it's going to be a norm. So it might give you an answer, give you another question. So this will definitely wipe up a lot of jobs, but there will be it will also give opportunity to create jobs also. Who are going to create these robots? Somebody has to manufacture these robots, somebody has to design these robots. So the more digital it becomes, more automation becomes. So there will be some different robots for different kind of tasks. So you have to design different robots for that. So there will be need for designer, there will be need for manufacturer, and there will be need for who is going to operate these robots. So the jobs will there will be a lot of jobs which is going to wipe out, but it will create a lot of opportunity otherwise as well. And also the 3D printing. So what happened when COVID started in US? I think in India also. In US, what happened? We are a dearth of ventilation. So I would say that in US, the death rate was way more than what was in other countries, and also the severity was way higher. So hospitalization needs a lot of people to give ventilation, and there are not enough ventilator in the hospitals. So we needed ventilators to ventilators to produce overnight, and we did not have that kind of technology. And then with the 3D painting in the later part, we started to develop a lot of some kind of machinery that you can give use to the COVID patients. So 3D painting, and there will be a lot of innovation in such sectors. So in manufacturing, there will be innovation like more digital, more automation, 3D printing. And also there's another example I would like to give you, tractor. So after COVID, what happened in US, it's mostly a cold place, and during the summer season, it started from April to September, and that's where we have all the agriculture. And if we don't do proper, we don't take the if you don't use that time during that time, then it will have a lot of impact on our food system. So when COVID started, right then our agriculture season started, and we did not have people to plug the food and keep the food going. And then someone from San Francisco, he built a tractor which can automatically do a lot of things which used to do it before manually. So so that's an innovation that can in the manufacture that get translated to agriculture. So those are the things that happening in the manufacturing sector due to COVID. And then another thing is real estate. So it's a very interesting development in real estate. And so due to work from home, not only benefited people like me, but also, what's happening is it's kind of getting centralized. So so the cities which is highly populated, people started moving to like lesser crowded spaces, and as a result, it's kind of population is kind of symmetrically distributed. We are already seeing this kind of trend in US, and it will I am sure it will get extended to other places as well. And then the smaller place also getting developed, and there will be more opportunities in smaller place as well. And then demand for certain areas will increase definitely. And then interior designer. So this picture, if you see, this looks like an outside room, outside. But this is actually somebody created this kind of environment inside. So what is happening to the people, like in the city? So when people who like lives in apartment, big buildings, so if they wanted to go out, they go out to a park, and it gets very crowded. And now, I mean, after COVID, they are not able to go out. So what they are trying to, a lot of people, they are hiring designer to create the outside environment inside. So as a result, the interior designer, it's becoming like how you create like that outside environment in the inside. So that's that. So that as a result, that popular. So interior designer becoming very popular. So it's not only creating the outside environment inside, but since we have there are change in things, the way we work, we have to change our setup also, how you work. So as an interior designer, there are a lot of roles to play. And there's another thing, they say it's a baby, and what she does, so she also wants to go out, she cannot play. So they created a kind of wanted to give them a feeling that they are right, this is boat, she is driving the boat in the sea. So it's very simple. It's some bed sheets, they're creating a kind of wave, and they made a boat, and these are cotton balls, and then they created an environment so that she gets a feeling that okay, they are like she's riding a boat. It's like the way things we are doing, it changes our setup as well, and as a result, the work of interior designer also change, and it gets increased. And another thing is sports. I mean, why I'm laughing? It's like, see, people used to play, and the gallery used to full. Like there'll be a lot of people now after the COVID who they are playing for. So what we are doing? So they are doing it virtually. So the way they play, it has changed. So sports has not gone completely. But the way you do sports will change, and you have to adapt to that change. And another, technical writing, it's becoming so popular in my office also. I see after COVID started, everything is started. So before we used to go to each other's desks and ask, what's happening, why it's not happening. If we have a question, I'll go to my colleague and ask, like, and some people used to believe that if you do interact with people more, like your things gets done faster. But after the COVID, we are forced to be at home or do online, and then we have to do I mean, everything we have to write. I mean, it's all either email or it's instant messaging. So we have to know what exactly write, and people and like a lot of people, they don't have time, like my boss, like she doesn't have time to go through each and every mail. So you have to write very simply to like, it has to be very crisp, it has to be to the point. So that's a different kind of writing. But when I write to my peer, so I have to explain it to her, like to my junior or my peer. If I do something, if I ask her to do something, I have to write it very elaborate, like what is the objective, how you have to do it. So that's a different kind of writing. So writing is becoming very important after we started doing everything online. And also the meetings, like how you create the meeting, how you message each other, how you make the meeting more effective. So those becoming very important. Then HR manager to manage virtually. So HR manager, before they what they used to do, they used to do a lot of recruiting, they used to do a lot of training, but now they have another role to play, how they manage virtual workforce, how they motivate virtual workforce, and how they use how you create a communication between different how you communicate effectively between different teams. So the HR manager becoming very important. And then virtual interviews and virtual recruitment. So everything is started virtual. So writing, email, and then how you talk is also becoming very important. Like, and it's creating a lot of innovation in those sectors as well as a pre-COVID era. So what is the impact? So I already touched on that before. So definitely there will be a lot of jobs which is going to go, but there will be a lot of opportunity as well. And some of our behavior is going back to normal, definitely, but some is not going to, some will change permanently. So by thinking ahead of larger changes in behavior, we have to adapt to the situation and we have to embrace the new normal. How? So if you say how, we have to think from the mindset. There are two types of mindset. One is fixed mindset, one is growth mindset. So this is not my concept. This is something we learned in the office. I'll tell you what, like how it has an impact on me, and I hope it will have an impact on you as well. So fixed versus growth mindset. So let's understand what is fixed mindset. So fixed mindset, they believe that their abilities, its intelligent personalities can change and evolve. They don't believe that. And they think challenge, mistakes, setbacks are sign of stupidity and incompetence. And they, like fixed mindset, they give up very easily. Growth mindset, they understand intelligence capability. So they think I may not be good at this subject very well, but I can still be better. I may not be good at that. I may not do excel in that, but I can still be better. They are always hope. They are always resilience, and they always try to achieve. They try to do, try new things. So what kind of mindset you have, if I ask you? So most of us have both the kinds of mindset, fixed mindset and growth mindset. But you have to find out what triggers your mindset. So what kind of mindset you should have and how you develop that kind of mindset. So definitely growth mindset is the most desirable things at this point of time. So tips on building growth mindset. So what it is, growth mindset, understand the intelligence and capabilities, which is malleable. And it's like, so if you think like, okay, you have to use right strategies and right skills. So so if you have to learn certain skills, you have to know, you don't have to be like, if you cannot be best, at least you can be better, and you have to use right strategies and skills, and you have to have the right mindset and right approach to do it. And then at the same time, you have to we have to have an open spine mindset. You have to know uh, like you have to be the open to that new avenues, new opportunities, and eager to learn. So yeah, so in Texas, what happens, like they started starting all the principle and growth mindset in the online classroom. And what they did, like they asked them not to fear, not to go back, and instead try new things, not to get stressed out of the situations, and ask question as much as you want and be positive. And they see that has a great impact on their learning behavior, and they could learn much faster. And yeah, so this is something I learned in the office after COVID. And what happened after that, it's just to give an example with what happened to me. And after that, we had a meeting. And during that time after COVID, what I do in the office is I work in the demand forecasting and demand forecasting and planning. And it's a very stressful job in terms of there are every week I have to create the demand that is going to happen next year, next month, next week. And its forecast is always wrong. It's never right. It's like in astrology, but astrology, like we do a lot of data, so it's more scientific, but it's always forecast and it's never right. And sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not. And but normally we have data, we know what's happening in the past, and we can replicate in future. But during the COVID time, what happened, there are a lot of uncertainty. Nobody knows. Suddenly the store will get closed. Suddenly they will open. Suddenly they think that, their trade went down, so we'll do well. But next day we'll learn. Next day we'll see that no, it's not the situation in not improving. You have to reduce our demand. So I used to be so stressed. I mean, not me, on my whole team. And then we had to attend a lot of seminars, like people are stressed, and organizations, companies are trying to reduce stress with an employee to grow productivity. And then after this seminar, I spoke to my manager, and he gave me a lot of inputs, like we should not do it, we should do it this way. And I was like, forget it, it's not working, and I don't want to believe in you, and let me go back. And then I realized, oh, that's a kind of fixed mindset. I should try new things, and I should try doing, I should have a positive attitude, and that's how I can survive in this situation. And that helped me a lot to cope up the situation, and and my productivity is improved, my relationship with my boss improved, and it was really a great thing, which I am thankful to for attending this session. Okay, overcoming stress. That is another thing also I learned. This is also something I learned in the office. So Master of Art of Time Travel. Not exactly I learned this. I mean, some exercise we had to do as a part of COVID training, and this is something related to that. And I dig down what it is, and that's what I learned, like Master of Art of Time Travel. So what they say is, when the present is unpleasant, it helps to think ahead of the future and back to the past. So think ahead, like what is going to happen in the future, and what good thing happened in the past. So imagine traveling ahead a day when the coronavirus vaccine is widely available, and what will the first week of freedom look like. So this is a very interesting example I would like to give you. So so since I work in demand planning, So they ask us to write the plan, write a plan. What your future plan is going to look like. And that time it was, the situation is so uncertain in during March and April. Nobody could write anything like what my plan is. I don't know. Then they changed the question. They said, after the COVID stops, after the COVID, what your future plan is going to look like, and everybody could write it. And that's how you have to envision yourself. After the COVID stops, what are you going to do, and how you prepare yourself for those days? And now you should focus on that. And that's a very important tips or wisdom I got from this that training. And then also this is reminiscing reminds us that we love and help to savor joy of life. That is, in psychology, it tells counterfactual thinking. So some people say, I mean, you may think that thinking back, thinking about the past, it's not good. I mean, but in psychology, there is an experiment that if you think about the joyful moment, it gives you a lot of joy. If you think about what are you good at, like positive things, it will give you a lot of moral boost, intellectual boost to do things better. So try to think of how you are prepare yourself in future, and how you take like good things from the past and apply it into the future. And this is something I think we all can do during this situation, and make the future best, like prepare for the future. So yeah, so last thing I would like to tell you is that the most positive things, like we are together, we are one world. So technology were there before. Everybody, all of us had online like internet, but we never used to meet. Like I never suddenly I started meeting my friends more. Suddenly I used to talk more. I had internet before, you had internet before, but we never think of this kind of opportunities. So what COVID did, they made us in one world, be it US, be it Australia, be it Assam, be it Bombay. We are all same. We are seeing the same kind of challenges, and whoever can take the opportunity, whoever can take this challenges into opportunity, they are the one who is going to be the winner. So this is I wanted to tell you from an astronaut point of view. There's an article in New York Times. So he wrote that when you are in space, you look down at the planet Earth. The planet is incredibly beautiful during the daytime, and you don't see any political borders. You don't know which place is what. You don't know what is India, what is US, what is New Zealand. It's all same. And it's the humanity. We are all part of a big team. And the same with COVID. So what COVID did is, like, I look at COVID from that perspective. It's shown us that we live in a more interconnected world than we ever realized, we'd like to admit. And it's going to pass eventually. And and eventually we'll all, everyone will work together, and everyone will make the world a better place. Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to, if we have questions, I'll take a few questions.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami, for a very insightful session. We have a few questions, so right away we will go to the questions. The first one is by Alankrita Barua, and her question is, the job market is dependent on the demand of the consumers to a large extent. What can be the long-term opportunities with respect to the job market in post-COVID times? That is the question.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very good question. I think I already touch upon few things, like digital world will be becoming very important, and you have to acquaint yourself in the future with digital skills. And secondly, some jobs are going away, but lot of jobs, the way you are doing it has changed. So yeah, so those kind of things you have to keep in mind and gear yourself to that kind of job. So for example, I would tell you, I work in an telecom company, and we sell phones. Like we provide services, and we provide services through the product, and we sell all the phones like Samsung, Apple, and that's what I do. I forecast demand for those kind of devices. So yeah, we saw like, we thought like consumer sales, it's a V-shaped shape curve. So if you see like so during COVID, the demand drops down suddenly, and then slowly it's going up. So consumer demand, it's going to go. So it's going up. Yeah, and when that time in March and April, what I gave you an example, like we're very stressed. We don't know about the future. So I reduce the demand, and suddenly I see that demand is going up. I mean, it created a lot of problem to the organizations, but it's not my fault. It's nobody's fault. We don't know. But what I want to say is, it's go down, but it's again come up. So definitely some products is going to demands are going to art and entertainment. Their demand is different, but for phone, it's not going down. For grocery, it's not going down, but it's becoming different. People who used to buy different things before, they used to buy, the demand is shifting. So you have to cope with the shifted demand and shifted scenario of the job market. So be hopeful. I don't think that it's going to.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. There is another question by Dr. Priyanka Kakoti. Her question is, innovation is indeed one of the best practices that people have come up with to cope with the pandemic. As students of literature, what can we do to keep pace in the post-COVID times?
That's a very good question. And I'll be very happy to answer that. So yeah, I mean, I also always think that people talk about digital, people talk about automation, people talk about programming. So it's all related to like people who has like programming knack, and not everybody has that, right? I mean, it's difficult, but for people of literature, there will be a lot of opportunity in terms of, I told you already, like writing will be a very important thing, because everything is happening in terms of writing. And then like my boss, she has to see like 500 mails a day. So somebody who can summarize her mails and then send it to her, that will be a very important important skills, important person she will want to hire, and people with good writing skill will be very important. And second, and that is one. And secondly, the website. Everybody has to do online business, so there will be a lot of website, and in the website you have to write your product, you have to what you do, so the way you write things and the way you present, that is the bread and butter of your business. So as a literature student, those kind of job will be very important, and there will be a lot of opportunity for those kind of job. Those are
Thank
like,
you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a really good answer. Yeah, and then we have another question that is by Pranjum Priyam, and her question is, what kind of reforms we need in the education sector so that students can be equipped with better job opportunities in post-COVID times?
Yeah, that's a very good question too. I mean, so I was a student of statistics, and and now my work also related to statistics. It's not that I do something different than what I study, but what I did in college is completely different in what I do in work. So I think we have to learn more practical aspect of what we learn. So as a literature student, you cannot just focus on like learning the literature, but how you write to different things. That is one. And secondly, in statistics, if you learn statistics, you have to, you have to like take the situation, like take the situation, like COVID situation, like what is the data, what is the most, like what are the information you can glean from there? What is the like example, like the simple curve, what is curve is going down or up? What is the year over year, like week over week changes? I mean, can you glean something like that from there, and can you take decision based on that? So those are the practical steps you have to think. And also you cannot, like, you have to be very eager to, open to learn new things. So it's like you cannot focus just on one thing. But okay, you are learning literature, so you need technical writing. So you cannot just rely on your college. Like, college cannot give you everything, but what are the opportunities? Yeah, they can guide you to do certain things. So what are the opportunities you can learn beyond your college and go to? There are a lot of online courses where you don't have to do the entire course. You just have to do the technical writing part. If you want to know, you can go there and you can learn, and you can, add that with your college education, and then enrich your degree.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question here from Shashanka Shekhar Bhattacharji. His question is, how do you imagine the future of students after the pandemic is over? Do you fear a picture of students getting unemployed and indulging in bad things affecting the society?
Yeah, I mean, as Simran says, like, you have to keep yourself motivated. I mean, for example, like, I have two daughters. One is 4th grade and one is 8th grade. And before I used to restrict screen time on them. Now I cannot, because they have to watch, they have to be online all the time, because that's what their world and that's their school. And I am working inside the room, and I don't know what they're doing. But they themselves have to be responsible for what they're doing. I mean, yeah, in online, you can keep, like, you have a tendency to go to like different screens and do different things, but you yourself tell yourself like what you need to do and what is your priority at that time. And I feel society also has a your teacher. That's why I told you about the leadership skills. So not everybody is equally motivated, and not everybody is equally responsible. So as a parents, teachers, and society as a whole has a big role to play in keeping students on track and having a bright future.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Goswami, for such an enlightening session. We also have some more questions, but I will request our participants and our students to mail the questions to Madam so that it can be answered individually because of time constraint. Yeah, sure, we will progress with the next session. Thank you, Dr. Goswami, on behalf of our college and on behalf of our department. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk, and I'm really privileged to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Right. Now, we would like to move on to the third technical session. This session, we have resource person, Dr. Rifat Manan as our resource person. And may I now take this opportunity to request Dr. Priyanka Kakoti, faculty of the department, to introduce Dr. Rifat Manan.
I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can hear.
Okay. On behalf of the Department of English, DCB Girls College, I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Rifat Manan to the participants of today's webinar. Dr. Rifat Manan is an assistant professor of pathology at University of Pennsylvania. He received his fellowship from Johns Hopkins University and MD in pathology from Mount Sinai Hospital in New York. Previously, he completed his MBBS from Assam Medical College, Dibrugarh, and MD from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He has keen interest in Assamese literature, cuisine, and sports. I extend my heartiest welcome to Dr. Manan and request him to take over the platform. Sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kakoti, for your kind introduction. And thank you, everybody, for giving me this opportunity to share some moments with the students here today. And special thanks to my close friend, Breeze, for giving me this invitation. Thank you so much, everyone. And so I just want to make sure that this screen is visible to everybody.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So, I mean, after these two excellent lectures by Simran and Sanghamitra, so, and they talked a lot about very nice things about how the pandemic is changing the world and then how one can be innovative. So then like getting back to a doctor and then hearing about the disease from the doctor is going to be very boring. So I hope I will try my best to keep the audience little interested on the topic. So being a doctor, so I will focus more about the health aspect or the health aspect of the pandemic. And so I will not be able to talk much about the innovations that Dr. Goswami said or much about the positive impact that Simran mentioned and how she is maintaining her mental health and things like that. So maybe it's going to be a dull thing, but I will see what I can do. So I live in this city of Philadelphia in the US, and this city is a very old city. And this city, the meaning of the word Philadelphia, it's a Greek word. It means brotherly love. This is the city skyline. And in fact, Philadelphia is one of the oldest cities in the country. And to its credit, the Declaration of Independence was announced in Philadelphia. And in fact, the Constitution was also signed in Philadelphia. And this is a very famous building, which is called Independence Hall, where Declaration of Independence was announced. And next to that hall is the Liberty Bell, which actually is an epitome of liberty or independence in this country. And as we know that the country got independence on 4th of July in 1776, the United States. And this is the hospital where I work. The name of this hospital is Pennsylvania Hospital. And in fact, there is something very interesting about this hospital is that, so this is the very first hospital in the US. And this hospital was established in 1751. And this is a picture I got from internet about the old building, which is not exactly similar to what I showed now. And in fact, this hospital was established prior to the independence of the country. So which was, independence was 1776. Coming about like what I do, I'm a pathologist. So I work with the microscope and then like I see the images on the microscope and the images can also come to the computer. This picture is relevant because how in COVID times, the world is changing for pathology as well. I mean, just to give you an idea, usually what I used to do is that I look at the slides here and under the microscope and that is my job is over. I usually do not use the computer screen, but things are changing. So I will come to that later. So this is what a pathologist does. I mean, usually what is our concept of a pathologist in Assam is that we think that somebody who is looking at urine or stool or sputum, that's a pathologist. But my field is little different. So what I do is basically looking at tissues from the human body, and these are examined under the microscope and they have different appearances, and based on the appearances, I make a diagnosis. And nowadays things are becoming more specialized. So my specialty, even in pathology, is gastrointestinal pathology. So basically I look only at pathologies related to the human gastrointestinal system. As you can see here, it can be the liver, it can be the esophagus, stomach, and other parts of the gastrointestinal system only, because things are so specialized nowadays. And I don't look at what is happening in the heart, what is happening in the lung or the brain, unfortunately. And sometimes, like most of the time, when a tissue is taken from here, it shows so many different shapes. And I look at these shapes and I make a diagnosis. That's my job. And what happens in the gastrointestinal world, or what a gastrointestinal pathologist does, is that this is how a normal colon looks like. And sometimes there is some abnormality, like, some bumps are occurring in the colonic mucosa. Colon is the part of the bowel, like, I'm sure if you remember your biology. So colon is the large bowel in the human body. So if you have these small bumps, which are known as colonic polyps, so what someone who is an endoscopist or a gastroenterologist, not me, so that person will do is that doctor will try to find this polyp with the help of a tube. So this tube is called an endoscope. So, and this process is called endoscopy. And I'm sure many of you have learned or heard what is endoscopy. So they pass this tube through the mouth and it reaches into the stomach. And if they find this bowel, and then they will reach that polyp. So they, and here is the tube which goes and they see the polyp and they take it out. And it is sent to the lab, and in the lab they make slides, and I look under the slides and it shows some beautiful images. So there were different types of images, there are different patterns, and based on the different patterns, I make a diagnosis. Sometimes it is cancer, sometimes it is not cancer. So my job is to differentiate between cancer and non-cancer and make the exact diagnosis. And actually, I make this diagnosis and pass the report back to the endoscopist here and or here who will decide the future treatment. So that's my job. But then what am I doing here? I mean, I have nothing to do with coronavirus or COVID-19. So I don't know, like, I mean, why I am being invited. So you can say that it is because of my good friend Breeze, who has said that, hey, like, Rifat, you just come and give a talk to the students on COVID pandemic. So maybe that's the reason, but I will see what I can do out of this situation. And I usually am not used to talking to students outside of medical world. So that is also a kind of challenge to me today, but still I will try my best. How can I explain or how can I express the uh, pandemic to the students of English literature mostly? But it has affected all of us. So we all need to be aware of this, I mean, from the medical point of view. So there are two words here, as you can see, that coronavirus and COVID-19. Both are related, but not exactly the same if you look at it little carefully. So let us get some basics first. So terminologies are very important. We use these words interchangeably, coronavirus and COVID-19. So coronavirus is actually the name of the virus. So the virus is called coronavirus. We will come to that. And COVID-19 is the name of the disease that is caused by the virus. So it's like something like if, for example, jaundice is the disease which is caused by the hepatitis virus, or chickenpox, like, I mean, chickenpox is also the name of the virus which causes the disease, that is chickenpox. So COVID-19 is the name of the disease, and basically it is derived from these words like coronavirus disease. So they are coronavirus disease 2019 because it occurred in 2019. They are all combined and given the word COVID-19. And this is the official name which is given by WHO for the disease, which is caused by coronavirus. But both are used interchangeably. Nobody is wrong. If you say coronavirus pandemic, it's okay too. So what is coronavirus actually? So there are so many different types of viruses in this world, and the viruses can infect the human body. Coronavirus is just one type of that virus. And some of the coronaviruses are also different. There are so many different subtypes of coronaviruses as well, which have been known to humankind for a long, long time. It's not something new. And the name coronavirus is coming from how it looks like. Like corona means crown. You have seen this picture again and again nowadays. The virus looks like the crown. So that is why it is known as the coronavirus. And this is how the virus looks like under electron microscope, as you can see. And so this is how the crown is. And if you can relate it, so that is why it is called corona. But we also know that, like, I mean, I'm just not trying to make it light. Corona is the name of a beer also, which is very popular. So nowadays people have stopped drinking that Corona beer now because of the virus. So that is how, like, coronavirus, everything is about the virus little bit. And as I said, that there are different kinds of coronaviruses, and some of these coronaviruses can cause colds or just mild respiratory or illnesses. But there are other coronaviruses which are known to cause more serious diseases. And two of these serious diseases that has happened in the past, one was called SARS, that is severe acute respiratory syndrome, and the another one was called MERS, or Middle East respiratory syndrome. Oh, sorry, let me go to full screen. Okay, so SARS, this was an outbreak which occurred in 2003, and this was caused by the coronavirus which was called SARS-CoV-1, we need to remember that, because, you know, even though, like, I mean, we are students and this is a disease which is affecting everybody. And there is no difference between somebody who is from science stream or who is from other stream. So it's like we all need to know about this virus. We all have to fight it. So that is why some scientific terminologies are also very important for us to know. So just that is why, like, I think not some things are always told in the social media or in the TV correctly. So sometimes, like, to get the basics right is very important. That's why I'm trying to use scientific terminologies, and I think I hope students should know them. So anyway, coming back to SARS, so it was caused by one type of coronavirus, which was known as SARS-CoV-1. And it started in China, which slowly spread to 20 countries. And worldwide, about 8,000 plus people got affected, and out of that, 770 people died. So, which was a fatality of about 3%. And in the US, there were only 8 confirmed cases in 2003. And there has not been any new cases since 2004. A virus was, or a vaccine was not developed for this outbreak. The second outbreak was called MERS, or Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. So this occurred in 2012, which was caused by another coronavirus, which was named as MERS-CoV. And this outbreak started in Saudi Arabia, and all over the world, 2,500 people got affected. But this was more severe if you see the death rate. Out of only 2,500 people, 850 people died, nearly. This is not an exact number. I'm just giving a round figure. And basically with a fatality rate of 30%. And if you, now we all know these percentages and numbers, you know that, like, you know, for COVID-19, the fatality rate is not that high. So actually MERS had a very high fatality rate in 2012, and that also disappeared after some time, and the vaccine was never developed. And there has not been any recurrence of MERS now. So now coming to the virus which caused COVID-19, that is known as SARS-CoV-2. So SARS-CoV-1 was the virus which caused SARS, that is in 2003. And this is the official name for the COVID-19 causing virus, that is SARS-CoV-2. And viruses can be DNA virus or RNA viruses based on their structure. You know that we have DNA and RNA in our cell nucleus. So the viruses also have DNA and RNA, and based on what they have, they are called RNA virus or a DNA virus. I will not go into the details of that. So, but SARS-CoV-2, it's an RNA virus, and that is how actually it looks like under electron microscope, not the regular microscope. This is not a picture from regular microscope. And this is the structure of the virus. We don't go into the detail of that, but this structure is important because based on this structure, the tests are developed. So we don't need to know that right now. And now coming to COVID-19. So this is the name of the pandemic, right? So it is the pandemic which is caused by the virus. And as we all know, I'm not going into those details. So it started in December 2019 in the Wuhan province of China. And slowly it started to spread to other parts of China and went to other parts of the world as well. And WHO declared it pandemic on March 11, 2020. See, it took 3 months, at least 3 months, for the disease to be declared a pandemic. So there has been some controversy about that as well. We also need to know then what is a pandemic. So as I said in the beginning, let us get the basics first, that what are the different meanings of the different terminologies that we need to know, everybody. So outbreak, epidemic, and pandemic, we have been hearing these words more now. I mean, we were not aware of these terminologies before, but now, like, we are hearing it, and sometimes we get confused, what is that? So these are all epidemiological terms for diseases. So outbreak is when suddenly an illness happens in an unexpected high numbers. So sometimes there can be a cholera outbreak, for example. In a small village, if there are a lot of cholera patients happening at the same time, then it is known as an outbreak. So it usually stays in one area, but sometimes it can extend more widely also. So outbreaks are usually small. So epidemic is when an infectious disease spreads quickly to more people than somebody would have expected. And it usually affects larger areas than an outbreak. So usually a country is affected, or usually, like, I mean, large areas are affected, a lot of people are affected, that is an epidemic, you know. So pandemic is different in the sense that when a disease outbreak that has spread across several countries and continents, and lots of people across different countries are affected, that is when it is called a pandemic. And that is why, I mean, the word pandemic for that COVID-19, it took time for WHO to give that name for the COVID-19 as well. So, but that just like to let you know that this is how now that COVID-19 is a pandemic, because it has spread all over the world and so many different countries got affected. Of course, it is a pandemic. And even now, like there are some controversy and some conspiracy theories that, oh, it is like a political thing, blah, 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 and then it's not a pandemic. Of course it is. If you go to, that's why sometimes we need to know science, right? If you go to the definitions of what is a pandemic, COVID-19 is a pandemic. We will see that. So was there pandemics before? Yes. And in fact, there was a very severe pandemic in 1918, which was known as Spanish flu. And it was also called 1918 flu pandemic. And this was a very deadly influenza pandemic caused by a different virus. This was not a coronavirus, which was called H1N1 influenza virus. And it lasted more than 1 year from February 1918 to April 1920. And if you see now here, it infected so many people, like 500 million people were affected, and about 1/3 of the world's population at that time was affected by this pandemic. And the disease came in 4 successive waves, and that is scary. Like we are now seeing only 1 wave of the disease. And if something like that happens, so there can be more waves of the disease in the future. We don't know that. Let us not think about that. That is a nihilistic thought. But that pandemic actually killed a lot of people. 17 million to 50 million people died during 1918 from that pandemic. But there is something to remember here is that, I mean, if one thinks that during 1918, there was not much travel. The world was not so global, or like it was not so small that people could travel so much from one place to another. But still, so many people died from that disease in different parts of the world. And it is one of the deadliest pandemics that has happened in human history. So there are a lot of similarities between the Spanish flu as a pandemic and the current COVID-19 pandemic. So it is high time for students of literature also to go back and read about the pandemic that happened in 1918 and read the history that what happened, what things went wrong, and how things we can learn from that pandemic as well. Always history gives us a lot of lessons. And if we want to deal with the future, deal with the current situation better, we always have to resort to history, which has a lot of lessons for us. And here are some pictures from the pandemic in 1918 or the Spanish flu. You can see that people were wearing masks at that time too. So you can see here, like, I mean, and there were these hospital beds, people were outside. So it is something similar to what is actually happening right now, but it looked different. And it was almost a century ago. So let us come to COVID-19 and how it is affecting the world right now. And I'm not going into too many scientific details because there is so much of information, overload of information over the last 6-7 months, so people will get bored. I'm just trying to give you a pandemic timeline, how the disease has progressed over these last 7 months. If you see that in January, it just look at this. If you see the population that is affected, yellow is the lightest. That means that the least number of people are affected, that is signified by yellow. And red is that when more people are affected per million population. So in January, it was a yellow spot in Wuhan. That is, this yellow is China. And now if you see 1 month later, so here is China, it has become orange, and slowly like yellow spots you can see in other parts of the world. And this is Australia. And now again, 1 month later, you can see that there are red spots all over, so many different parts of the world. And what about India? India nothing was happening on March 22nd, and very few cases in India at that time. And in fact, if you remember, March 22nd was probably the date when the first lockdown was declared by the government. And we did not have many cases as compared to the rest of the world. 1 month later, so again, the world is changing. There is more red, lot of reds, and India is still not much. I mean, maybe 15 per million population. And then moving forward, you can keep seeing here that there is more red, more oranges, and Indian number is increasing. 15, now it is 91. And then slowly you can see, fast forward, on August 18, the number in India that is affected per million population is 2021. So it is definitely a big rate. So, and look at the rest of the world as well. So basically over a course of 7 months, starting from from China, how it has spread all over the world. And today, I mean, more than so many different countries are affected, and we will come to those numbers, which are, you know, so much nowadays we need to know. This is the current status of the pandemic. It's a very busy slide, but why I am showing you this picture is that, so this is the most authentic website that was developed by Johns Hopkins University, and it has done tremendous job in tracking the disease from day one, which was actually what I read is that at Johns Hopkins, somebody started this website when the disease started in Wuhan to keep track of how many cases are happening. It was started by somebody who had interest in like internet development and things like that. But slowly that small website has become so powerful, and today this is the most authentic website which is giving you all the numbers of and most accurate numbers of the disease. So if you see today, this I took from today's data in the afternoon, 188 countries are affected all over the world. And look at the global numbers. I am not going to read those numbers, and see that the US is #1. India has become #3 now, according to the number of people affected. And look at the death rates. In 7 months, it is almost, if you say that 7,90,000 people, almost 8 lakh people have died all over the world in a matter of 7 months. And this is how like deadly the disease has been so far. I am not again trying to bring a bad picture. Of course, we have to be optimistic, but I am just trying to state the facts of the disease, how it has been affecting life for all of us. To know about the disease or to be aware, we have to know a little bit about the disease transmission. Everybody, if we know about the disease transmission, that is how we can keep safe and stay alert. So it's a new disease. That is what we have to keep in mind. I mean, there was no COVID-19 before. The flu pandemic of 1918 was not caused by coronavirus. And this new coronavirus, that is SARS-CoV-2, is not same as the virus which caused SARS. So that's why it's a new virus. And that is why it is also called the novel coronavirus. Novel means new. And as this is a new disease, the doctors and scientists, they also have not, that is why there is so much of confusion all over the world. And medical science or medical world, the scientists are also not really aware of exactly how the virus is affecting. And that's why there has been new developments as we are spending time with it. And you can relate it to HIV, for example. HIV was a new virus in 1981. And now we know a lot of facts about HIV and how the disease can be controlled and how the disease can be treated. HIV is not a big disease, or it's not a killer anymore, but it was in 1980s or 1990s, it was a big killer, and the doctors or the scientists did not know much about HIV in 1980s. The same thing is true for COVID-19 also, because now we are only 7 months with this virus. And what we know right now about the disease transmission, let me tell you, and this can again change with time. All that is known to the scientists in the medical world is that the disease transmits through something called respiratory droplets, which is very important for everybody to remember, is that the virus is primarily transmitted from one person to another through respiratory droplets. That is why it is so important for people to wear masks, because respiratory droplets will go from one person to another when somebody sneezes, coughs, or even talks. So that is why keep things in mind. If somebody wears the virus while going to the grocery shop or going to the vegetable vendor, he or she goes from house and goes to the vegetable vendor, but now before talking, because talking is difficult while wearing the mask, and you remove the mask and start talking, then the whole purpose is lost. because during talking, you are actually transmitting the virus. So that's why knowing how the disease transmits is very important. The most important mode of transmission is person to person, and when we sneeze or cough or talk to each other. That is the reason why there has to be social distancing, that 6 feet apart distance, right? And another important thing to keep in mind, again, for prevention is that when you sneeze or cough, you know that these droplets can land on our hand because we can touch our hand with the nose. That's why they always say that don't touch your nose with your hand, don't touch your eyes, because then we are touching. If we sneeze with our hand, that means the virus is coming to our hand. And then when with that hand we are touching somewhere, maybe the door, maybe the table, then it goes there also. And when the second person touches the door or the table, it goes to that person. And when the other person touches the nose, it goes inside. So that's why how the disease transmits, it is very important to keep in mind. And as you know that Simran said, and Dr. Goswami also said that COVID-19 can also spread from one person to another, even those who are not having symptoms. That is very dangerous. That is one thing everywhere. We have to keep in mind that a person who has the disease, COVID-19, can have a lot of symptoms, can have mild symptoms, and many of the patients who has the disease may not have symptoms at all. So when I am fine today, I go out in the morning tomorrow, I am fine because I think that I am good and I can do anything. I don't need to wear mask because I am healthy. But I don't know that I might be those minorities who might have the virus and we are asymptomatic. And I am as dangerous as somebody who is sneezing and having fever because I can also transmit the virus to another person without knowing it. So that's why I have to be responsible even when I feel great and I feel healthy to wear the mask, because then only unknowingly I will not be transmitting the virus to second person. So that is why how the disease transmits is the most important thing to know if we want to stay protected from the disease. And again, this slide says the same thing, that we need to know how the virus spreads. And unfortunately, till today, there is no currently available treatment or vaccine. Unfortunately, we have to admit that. And when we do not have a treatment or when we do not have a vaccine, the best way to prevent illness is to avoid being exposed to the virus. And we can do it. And if you see it, whoever has been careful and has taken all the measures, most of the time they were able or they were successful in preventing the exposure. Of course, there can be unfortunate incidents, but if someone is careful, most of the time it can be prevented. So how can we be careful? We all know it. This has been on social media, on the TV since March, and we have been hearing it again and again and again. But I don't care if people are hearing it again and again. I would think that this is my job to say it one more time or 1,000 more times, to say that, hey, this is the thing we all need to do if we need to stay away or keep ourselves protected from the virus. First of all, avoid exposure to the virus. So how do we avoid? Definitely one is mask, wearing the mask. Keep our hands clean. And as we discussed that why keeping our hands clean is important, right? Because I might be touching the nose and I might get the virus from myself, right? That is one thing. Also, I might be touching somewhere else. If I am outside, I might be touching a lot of surfaces, maybe doorknobs, maybe elevator, maybe lift knobs, maybe the table in the office. So then I might be unknowingly getting the virus in my hand. And suddenly when I take it to my nose or touch the eyes, it again, the virus gets entered into the body. So that's why washing hand is so important. So using disinfectant or washing hand with water is very important. And another thing is we should be aware of the symptoms. Like whenever we have fever in this pandemic time, be it in Assam or anywhere in the world, if somebody is having fever and cough, unless proven otherwise, it is COVID. We do not need to think right now that, oh, we have influenza. It is not the COVID. We have to be aware right now that if we have fever and cough, the first and foremost is that we need to talk to ourselves that, hey, I might be the one who is having COVID. Then we should go and get tested. So staying aware of the symptoms is also very important. And these are all we have seen, that how physical distancing is important, how we should be staying home if we are, having symptoms. I will not discuss these in details. Few things that I want to talk about is what is important again is avoid close contact, and that the word social distancing has become into everybody's, it has become an everyday word for everybody since March 2020, since March or what, since January, I guess, whenever the disease has started. But it should better be called physical distancing if you keep that in mind, because you want to be distancing yourself physically, whereas socially you want to be connected. Like Simran said, and Dr. Goswami also mentioned that, you need to be connected. You need to keep talking to people. You need to be on the phone. You need to be using social media. That is how socially you need to be connected. But physically you need to be apart. So maybe physical distancing is a better word. But anyway, and we should always avoid large gatherings. And these are like some pictures of how in many countries they are following physical distancing or social distancing. Like this is a picture from a train, and this is how grocery stores, they are putting these marks that, hey, stay 6 feet apart. And here also you can see that people are outside a store and they are 6 feet apart, at least 6 feet. There is no magic number that, with 6 feet you cannot have the disease, but still that is a number, which is reasonable distance so that the virus does not get from one person to another. And what are the do's of social distancing? Some of the things that we should do always, and some of the things that we should not. So of course, these are the things that we have talked all the time. We should stay home. We should go to grocery stores or pharmacies at non-peak time. We have to be smart about it. But the funny thing is that everyone is smart about this, right? Like if you think that, oh, 10 a.m. is probably the best time to go to a grocery store because nobody is going. But you go to the store and you find that everybody is going at 10 a.m. because everybody is thinking like us, that, oh, this is the time where we should not go. So we have to be a little creative and smart about going to the grocery store or pharmacy. So we have to be digital, right? That is one way to avoid or maintain physical distancing. We can do, even in India now, a lot of online shopping we can do, like, we have Flipkart and other things, and even the stores, local stores are doing online delivery and stuff. When we do online delivery, we have to be careful, and we should not, we better should not meet the person who comes to deliver the stuff. We should ask that gentleman to drop the delivery at the door so that we do not meet them personally. And that is another way we are actually avoiding to meet a person. So anyway, another thing that we can do is to go outside and do exercise. That is doable as long as we are doing physical distancing. We can definitely go outside, go for a walk, go for a run, and do exercise to keep healthy. And even when we are in the lift, we have to be very careful so that not too many people inside the lift when we are there. Maybe one person or two person at the most, not more than that. And even inside the lift, we should all wear masks. And as Simran also mentioned, and we all know that definitely we should maintain social contact via technology. So that's why it is more of a physical distancing and not social distancing. But what are the don'ts? Some of the things that we should not do, like we should not travel to our friend's house. We might think that our friend is okay, that my friend is not symptomatic, so we are good. But do we know who my friend is meeting? Do we know like where did he or she went yesterday? I have no idea. So do I have any control? I don't have any control. I'm just guessing that my friend is fine, so I'm just going to my friend's house. But that's a mistake that we cannot make at this point in time. And of course, even for religious matter or any social gatherings, even if unfortunately somebody is passing away or somebody is sick or something, we should stay away from meeting people or going to gatherings. So that is a strict no-no. And no physical contact with non-family members. With family members who are inside the family, we know that yes, they are here. Like that's fine. Like we have to meet them and that's not a problem. But any non-family member, we should not meet them. For example, kids' tuition. I have seen that happening again and again. So somebody is coming for tuition at home, the tuition teacher is still coming. But that is a mistake. We cannot allow the tuition teacher to come right now. So the tuition can happen on Zoom or other means, but we cannot allow that person to come. Again, domestic help in India, right? I mean, we are all so much dependent on domestic help in India. But this is not the time that we can allow the domestic help. I know that there is a problem on that. We cannot allow the domestic help to come home because we do not have any control on that lady or the gentleman whom she or he is meeting outside. So that's why we are actually inviting trouble by allowing somebody else to help at our work at this time. And again, like that's the same thing. And another important thing we sometimes forget is that we allow kids to go out and play with other kids in the neighborhood, thinking that, oh, kids are fine. I mean, nothing is happening. That is also wrong. Why? They will be fine. That's true. But the kids can bring the germs to home from outside if by playing with other kids who might be having the disease, because kids are not affected. That's a good thing. But the kids can be carrier of the disease. And in home, we might have our uncles, aunts, our parents, our grandparents. Those older people who are at home, they will get infected by the kid without anyone's knowledge. So that's why some of the things that we think that it is fine, but actually it's not fine. So we have to be really alert about what is physical distancing. There are so many small nuances about physical distancing. We have to keep that in mind if we want to really keep ourselves safe. Because as I said, and as we all know, that there is no medicine right now and there is no vaccine that is there in our hands. So we have to be really very strict with physical distancing. And as we discussed in the first lecture, that this is something which is relating to everybody all over the world, and it affects somebody, it affects, and this virus, as Dr. Goswami mentioned, it's a great leveler. It is affecting everybody in the exactly same way. Whatever is happening in Assam with the virus, the same thing has happened with people in US as well. So, I mean, it's the same thing. And coming to masks, this is something, again, we need to know. And I mean, we are doing it. Obviously, everybody is wearing masks, but this is something that we cannot take lightly. Mask is something which has to become a part of our life. Till we have vaccine, till the life becomes better, we have to accept the culture of wearing mask. Nobody wants to wear mask. Of course, it is very uncomfortable to wear the mask. But think of the doctors, for example, or people who are working in the hospital from before. They have been wearing masks, right? And of course, is it convenient or comfortable for them? No, even before the COVID. Suppose somebody is wearing doing an operation. Do you want, even if there is no COVID, that doctor or the surgeon not to wear mask and do surgeon on me or my close one? No. So definitely that surgeon had to wear mask. And some of the surgeries, as you know, the risky surgeries or complicated surgeries will go on for 7-8 hours. So 7-8 hours, the surgeon was wearing mask anyway, right? Even before COVID. So that's why, like, to protect ourselves, even though wearing mask is uncomfortable, to protect us and to protect someone else, our neighbor and our loved ones, we definitely have to resort to wear mask and make it certain that mask is a part of our life and there is no getting away from mask for at least some time till things get better. And I'm sorry that, like, you know, my words are more of cautious thing, because I mean, if I'm from the medical world and I am being asked to address, you know, there would be more talks about the disease and how my goal is to protect people, to let people be aware all the time. And even though people are talking about masks, social distancing again and again, I will say that again. I think this is a chance that I cannot miss to reiterate and re-emphasize what's the importance of all these measures, because there is no treatment. So masks are, of course, we need to know, why do we wear masks? It is more importantly that when we wear a mask, it is actually, more importantly, it is preventing or it is protecting another person from getting the disease from me. So let us see how it is. So if you see this picture, you can see that if somebody is without mask, this is a diseased person or a carrier person, right? And as we said, that the carrier is a person who may not have symptom also. And if that person is talking or in close contact with a healthy person without mask, the risk of spread is very high. And now, if the healthy person is with mask and the diseased person is without mask, again, there is risk of transmission, because the person with the disease is not wearing the mask. Even though this gentleman or the lady here is wearing the mask, there is still chance of transmission to this person, to this lady here. And the third situation is with mask. If the person with the disease is wearing mask, but the other person is not wearing mask, the risk of spread is low because the person with the disease is wearing the mask. And when both of them are wearing mask, that is when the risk of spread is very low. So if you look at this image, which clearly shows that the best way that we can protect ourselves from each other is when both of us or everybody wears mask. If someone is not wearing mask, either on this side or that side, we are not protected. And because, as I said, that some of us can be asymptomatic and still can be carriers, then so who is on this side, nobody knows. So that's why, I mean, we have to think that everyone is a carrier and like, you know, with, or maybe asymptomatic. So we definitely need to wear mask, and wearing mask is our social responsibility because it's our job to keep our neighbors protected too. It is not about me as well to stay healthy. It is also my job. And I think Simran was right in saying that she learned that she is learning empathy, that she needs to be protected, she needs to be responsible for the rest of the society as well. So wearing mask is also to show our responsibility for the society, that, you know, we do not want to infect others from the disease. So one important thing here, I must say that it is also important to wear the mask correctly. We should wear a mask when we are in a public setting, and make sure that the mask or whatever else we are wearing, it should cover and must cover the nose as well as the mouth. Of course, not the eyes. But if we don't cover the nose and the mouth, the purpose of the mask is not served. We will see this now. And I'm sure that we are seeing, like, there will be people on the TV, you will see, I mean, the mask is down and then talking on the TV. That makes no sense. So the purpose of the mask is gone. And again, as I said before, that somebody is going from home wearing the mask, and when reaches the office or talks to somebody, removes the mask and talks to somebody without the mask. That has lost the purpose. You can go, in fact, if you are alone, you can keep the mask out if there is nobody with you, if you are alone. But the moment you see somebody, you should wear the mask as a courtesy to that person, or also because you might get it from the other person also. But here are the things that not to do with the mask, right? Like sometimes you will see that somebody has made these are some funny pictures that you can see, that you cannot have a hole here and then in the mask to have a, like, you know, juice, or you cannot use it in the ear, or you cannot use it, like, you know, I mean, under the nose. So the purpose is not. And then suppose sometimes you cannot put it as a mustache and keep it there, the mask. These are not the ways that you wear the mask. But you will see this again and again, that people are wearing masks the wrong way. The best way to use the mask is like this. And of course, if you see this cartoon, it has to be like this. There cannot be any other way of wearing the mask. And please, please don't do that. Then the purpose of wearing the mask is lost. So you have to show your eyes, but cover definitely your nose and the mouth exactly. So masks are not something very new. Even during the pandemic in 1918, everybody was wearing a mask. And this picture says here that wear a mask or go to jail. And in fact, wearing mask was so, they enforced wearing mask during the pandemic, that this picture shows that this gentleman is not wearing mask, and he is not allowed to wear this allowed to enter this tram, because, like, you know, the wearing mask is mandatory to allow somebody to public transport even at that time. So wearing mask is not a new thing that we need to learn. It is there for ages, and it is something we need to do to protect us and to protect ourselves and to keep it a part of our culture. As long as something does not improve, we need to wear masks. And of course, there will be people who will say that, you know, we should not wear masks. So even during the flu pandemic in 1918, so there were anti-mask meetings and all. So people did not care to wear masks. Of course, that is irresponsible behavior. We should not resort to that. So what happened to the health system? I'm just trying to switch gear a little bit. Like, how did the health system respond when COVID-19 happened? Actually, the health sector, everybody who is working in the health sector, be it the nurse, I mean, the same thing is happening in India, Assam also, Assam or India too. Be it the nurse, be it the doctor, be it anybody, the technician who is working in the healthcare, they are all working tirelessly so that, you know, something can be done. And as you know, that many doctors and other healthcare workers have died all over the world. And as Dr. Goswami mentioned, that the COVID is a great leveler. And healthcare workers, doctors have died already in Assam as well. We know that right now. And so many other places in the world, including US, many doctors and other healthcare workers and nurses have sacrificed their lives because they are exposed, right? They are exposed and they are in direct contact with the patients. And unfortunately, the one bad part of the disease is that nobody knows who is the person who will be more badly affected. It can be anybody who will be badly affected and who will succumb. And it can be somebody else who will be lucky and nothing will happen. So that prediction is not there. I mean, of course, somebody who has other comorbidities, they are more at risk to get severe disease, but there are healthy people whom we are hearing again and again, including in Assam, that healthy people, young kids, young people, like people in their 20s and 30s with no comorbidities, they are also having severe disease, and unfortunately, some of them have died. So those are the things we have to keep in mind, that this is a great leveler. And the health system has tried their best, and there has been a lot of research going on so that there can be medicine, so that there can be a vaccine that will help in protecting us in the future. And a lot of healthcare workers have sacrificed their life in COVID-19, and we should respect them definitely. And wearing mask is a small tribute to those lives also who have given their lives in protecting or treating patients with COVID-19. We just have to do a small thing, wear mask and go out, as simple as that. And this is an article that I found, and in this article, actually, I got it today, and they have named 1,800 people from the healthcare sector from 64 countries. And it is an updated list from today. That means at least 1,800 healthcare workers, including doctors, nurses, and other workers, have died from 64 countries. And this is not a complete list at all. So this is a very humbling feeling for everybody, that how people who have been exposed, like who are in the frontiers, the doctors, the nurses, the technicians, they have given their lives for fighting COVID-19. So, I mean, we have to take it seriously. Well, now I'm coming to the picture that what do pathologists do in the picture? Because Breeze said that, hey, Rifat, come and give a talk. But I'm a pathologist. What do I have to do with COVID-19? So let me tell you how as a pathologist, or not myself, the pathologist, how they have a role in COVID-19. So you know that we have been hearing a lot about disease testing, that testing, that has become the buzzword. Even in Assam, be it in India, that, oh, we have to do more testing. And then I mean, how we have to do swab test, how we have to do antibody tests. So everybody knows about this. But who does this test? It is the pathologist and it's the microbiologist. And actually microbiology is a part of pathology in many parts of the world, including here. So it's the pathology people or the microbiologists in the lab, they do the disease testing. So there are two types of tests basically. One is the viral test, in which nasal swab is taken and we check for the virus in the lab, and that is by a molecular test called RT-PCR. And the second is an antibody test, in which blood from the patient is taken and we check for the antibody to the virus in the blood. So these are the two basic tests, but there are more details. We are not going to that. And pathologists also do something else. So they do perform autopsies, and there has been a lot of autopsies that have been performed by pathologists all over the world, and even sometimes at risk to their own life. And actually the autopsies are post-mortem, the other word. In fact, by doing autopsies, they are trying to find out that what are the disease, what are the organs they are affected badly by the virus, and what changes are happening in different parts of the body. Like this is, I'm just showing the lung here, that what is happening to the lung, the pathologists are finding out by performing an autopsy. And that actually doing the autopsy and the findings, this helps in finding a treatment in the future as well. That, oh, this is the disease that is there, and that is why we need to develop a treatment to affect the disease, or to treat the disease, because it's a new disease, right? We do not know much, and then autopsies are helpful. And now we are knowing a lot about plasma therapy also. And even in Assam, like patients are receiving plasma therapy. Who delivers plasma therapy? By, again, the pathologists, people who are in the blood bank. I mean, they are also pathologists. They are part of the subspecialty of pathologists. So they are involved in plasma therapy, and plasma therapy has been helpful in treating COVID-19 to some extent, even though it is not 100%. So those are pathologists as well. So I'm just showing you that pathologists also in some ways or in so many ways, they are involved in COVID-19. I'm not talking about myself though, like, I mean, it's just the community in general. So what have we learned in the healthcare sector from this COVID-19 pandemic? I mean, of course, I mean, we have learned that the the healthcare workers are like the soldiers who are going to the war, and they have shown so much of bravery and heroism, and they have given their life in battling the disease. And of course, as a society and everybody, we should be really very grateful to all of them. And you will see that another thing that we have learned in the healthcare sector is that I think infectious diseases are also very important, because most of the research has been happening in cancers, heart diseases, or like, arthritis and things like that. I mean, nobody talks about infectious diseases. I mean, maybe like that is another reason uh, which we should appreciate, that like the infectious diseases are to be taken more seriously as a disease where more and more research has to be done in infectious diseases. And maybe another thing that we have learned is that how this pandemic has affected the world so badly. That means that, I mean, we were not very prepared. Even the healthcare sector was not that prepared to tackle the disease, and we need to do that. And I think that is something that needs to be done in the future. And we need to focus more on community medicine. For example, like our medicine is nowadays more individual centered. Like what happens, how to protect ourselves as an individual from, say, heart disease, from blood pressure, from cancer, things like that. But what have we done to protect the community? For example, what is hygienic measures in the community? What about the sanitation measures in the community? Do we talk about that? We are supposed to talk about that, but nobody is investing time, or even the healthcare sector is not investing much of energy on promoting community medicine in the rural areas. So those are the things we need to focus more. And then again, there is increased importance of hygiene or personal protective equipments that need to be used by the doctors as well. Those need to be remembered. And I think those are the things that even in the healthcare sector, everybody is taking more seriously. But what are the changes that has happened? Of course, like so many changes have happened in all, like Dr. Goswami has talked about job sector, and Simran has talked about what has happened in her college life, right? So many things have happened. But what changes have happened in the medical practice? Things have changed in medical practice also. And if you know that there is more and more, there is telemedicine which has come into play. So that, like, what is telemedicine? It is nothing. For example, now if we have a disease, we go to the doctor and then we seek treatment. But if we have a mild disease, we can also call the doctor, right? We can call the doctor, which we do sometimes. Like if we know somebody, we call the doctor that these are my symptoms, so what should I do? So then the doctor can give medicine on the phone. So the same thing can be done on WhatsApp also. If you do a WhatsApp video call, or if you do a Zoom call, then the symptoms can be explained, not for all diseases, but at least for the minor illnesses, the symptoms can be explained to the doctor, and doctor can look at it from far on Zoom or on Skype or whatever, and at least listen to the patient's symptoms and then give some minimum advice, and maybe ask for some lab tests and get the lab test to be done. So that means there is no need to go exactly, because now if somebody is having a minor illness, for example, a fracture, not a fracture exactly, for something else, for example, like, earache or some nose pain or something else, bleeding from the nose, the person will be scared to go to the hospital, right? Because they will be scared that they will be exposed to COVID-19. So there comes the utility of telemedicine, so that you can call a doctor, you can talk to the doctor on Zoom or on WhatsApp or whatever, and then get the advice from the doctor on phone. And this is happening a lot in United States and other developed countries. Telemedicine is becoming very popular, so that, like, that patients are getting, suppose somebody is following up for some chronic illness for arthritis. There is no need now to go to the hospital to get exposed. You can call your doctor on Zoom and then get advice from that doctor. This is what is telemedicine. And for example, like, exercises, etc., can be done, like physiotherapies can be done on Zoom, and then somebody can be there who will be teaching, and there is no need to go to the hospital to learn physiotherapy. And again, another thing that has changed is wearing masks and personal protective equipment by the doctors and other healthcare workers. You can see that everybody wearing a face shield and all the whole body is covered. So that is how, like, you know, when people are nowadays practicing medicine, that has definitely changed, which was not like this before. And if you can see here that there are some pictures, and this person, like, you know, when this gentleman goes to a patient, so no, the patient has no way of knowing who is this person, right? Because everything is covered. So that is why it's kind of cute that there is a picture of that person which is attached to the, quote, so that there is some familiarity with the face of the doctor or the nurse for the patient. So what has happened to pathology and how it has changed? Just because I'm a pathologist, so I have to say a little bit about that. So this is what pathology was pre-COVID. So we used to have microscopes, and, like, you know, with the microscopes have double heads. So somebody is teaching here, and you know, like, this would be the teacher and the student will be on this side. So who will be learning and discussing things and to make a diagnosis. So this is common practice before COVID. And sometimes what happens that some microscopes have multiple heads. So one person can sit here, that person is the, you know, teacher, and the students and or others can sit on multiple heads and discuss cases and come to a diagnosis, or sometimes teaching can be done on multiple heads. But now you see with COVID, you cannot either do this because there is a chance of transmitting infection from one another, nor you can do this because there are 4 or 5 people, you cannot sit in one room with social distancing. This cannot be happening now. Then what do you do now? So you also have to be innovative now, right? So now you see there is no use of a computer here. Nobody is using a computer screen. But now here comes the need of, again, virtual pathology. So you need to use technology now. For example, if you have a camera which is connected to a computer, so you can actually pass on this image from the microscope to the computer, right? And once it is on the computer screen, you can connect to people through Zoom or other media, be it Zoom, be it Microsoft Teams, and then a student or someone else can sit far away in another room and see the same image on their computer screen. So this is how, like, you know, pathology is also becoming virtual. From this, we have moved to this, and this is how, like, you know, I mean, since March, we are doing pathology sign out like this in a virtual way. And it is going well, and nobody has much of a problem with that. But at least we are staying safe and everybody is safe, both are safe. And there is something else also happening. In some places, like, there is a plexiglass barrier that has been put on the microscope so that this barrier is dividing the teacher or the 2 pathologists on both sides. It is not really great, but still it is sometimes known as sneeze guards. Like, you can see it some offices also nowadays. So that is also being used. And this is actually from my office. I took this picture. You can see this, there is an invisible barrier which you can use to divide, separate the 2 persons. At least there is some separation, but still it is not really foolproof, because you can always, the virus can always come from top of the, you know, guard anytime. But still, like, you know, people are trying to change and adapt. And what is happening about virtual platforms? So there is another change that is happening in medicine is the, you know, a virtual platform. So most of the meetings in the hospitals are now happening on virtual platforms, like maybe on Zoom, maybe on, like, Microsoft Teams or any other platform. All the meetings, all conferences, webinars, teaching sessions, and even recruiting, that is happening over virtual platforms. So this is just an example of a virtual educational platform in which, like, lectures are done on YouTube, and people from all over the world can actually attend these lectures on YouTube. So these kind of things are happening a lot in medicine. And this is an example of pathology lectures that are happening more and more virtually, so that, like, you know, I mean, we are actually taking more advantage of virtual technology or to learn from others. So what about the future? How the post-COVID medical science or medicine is looking like? I mean, as Dr. Goswami also mentioned, that the future is, of course, innovation. The medicine cannot be far away. You have to be innovative and you have to use technology. And that is how, like, I think medicine has also learned that that is the future of medicine as well. You have to do something so that, like, you know, you are creative and get better with time. And infectious disease, of course, has to be in the forefront in the future of medicine, because this is something I think which was neglected in medical science for a long time. And that is how we are, facing this problem now. And then there would be more focus on telemedicine for small ailments, for a small fever or cough. Nobody needs to go to the hospital and make a line. And it will be very important for populated places like India or Assam, where for small symptoms, we don't have to go to the hospital and make a long line there and expose ourselves to everybody. So it can be done on phone, or it can be done using WhatsApp or Zoom. So it should come, it will be coming, soon to India as well. And then there would be less crowded waiting rooms, I'm sure, from in future, because medicine is not going to be practiced like that. And there will be more automation, more use of robots, even in medicine. Already, many of you are aware that many surgeries are done by robots, and somebody has to operate the robots from a distance. So maybe there will be more automation and more artificial intelligence, which will be coming into play in medicine as well, so that there is less physical contact. And this is what is probably going to be the future, where we will be talking to the doctor only on the street and without meeting the doctor directly. Not always, of course, it's not for every situation, but in some situations we can use it. And last but not the least, what about the vaccine? Everybody is talking about the vaccine, that when the vaccine is coming. Well, it's a big question, right? As of August this month, that means there are 231 vaccine candidates, and none of these have actually completed any clinical trial to complete its, prove its efficacy or safety, because you cannot just have a vaccine on the market. The vaccine has to be proven that it is efficacious, right? That it is able to prevent, and it is also safe, because when you put the vaccine into somebody's body, you are actually putting the same virus, so that you allow the virus to develop immunity. So you have to be really careful that the virus is safe to the people, right? I'm sure that mumps vaccine or measles vaccine all do the same way. You have either a live vaccine or a inactivated vaccine. So we need to make sure that it is safe as well as efficacious, so that it can be used for the people. But there has been an international effort going on for vaccine development that has taken a lot of pace. And recently, I'm sure we have read that there is a vaccine that has been approved in Russia, but nobody knows exactly how reliable is that vaccine. So there is some doubt about that. But that's the only vaccine that has been approved in one country. And actually, vaccine development is a very complicated process, because it has to go through trials, phase 1 trial, phase 2 trial, phase 3 trial, and then it has to get approved, so that to make sure that it is efficient as well as safe. And then only it takes a long time. But because of the pandemic, everything is happening at a very quick pace, and hoping that maybe by the end of 2020 or maybe early 2021, so we will see something that would be possible. And there are a lot of vaccines, and in fact, the US government has chosen 3 candidates to fund for the trials. And there is an operation called Operation Warp Speed that has been initiated by the US government. And these are the names of the vaccines, so which has been, candidates which are supported by the US government. And there are other international candidates in different countries, including China and some other countries as well, that is going on. So we are hopeful that something is going to come. But till then, how do we cope? So we don't know when the vaccine is coming, and it has to be proven. So we have to, I would say that we have to accept COVID-19 as part of our day-to-day life. And we have to learn to coexist with the virus. And something in Assamese jitu koi mane sahabasthan koribole hikibo lagibo. Virusor logot sahabasthan koribole hikibo lagibo. And that means that we should never lower the guard, because there is no treatment. We do not know the vaccine. The only way to protect ourselves and our loved ones is to take preventive measures. Prevention, prevention, and prevention. Till we wait for the vaccine, we must do all that is needed to stay ourselves and prevent. You have to wear the mask. We have to maintain physical distancing. We have to do our hand hygiene and stay alert. And those are the very basic things. If we keep doing, and we can keep ourselves safe and keep our loved ones safe as well. And that is what is called, I feel that cautious optimism is the word, because we are optimistic that the future will be bright. And as Simran also said, and Simran wants to go for her concert, and Dr. Goswami is also saying that future job market will be good, and I'm sure that things is going to be better. But the world has to be cautious. So we have to be cautiously optimistic, and we are in it all together. And the problem in Jorhat or problem in Philadelphia, it is all the same. It's just we are geographically different, but the problems are similar, and we have to be all together on it and learn from each other. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm sorry I have exceeded the time limit, I guess, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Manan. That was a very detailed analysis from a pathologist point of view. We are really very happy to hear so new things about how to cope with COVID. And now there are a lot of questions, but due to time constraint again, I would just like to ask two very important questions that have come up. The first one is by Pratasha, and her question is, what initiatives should the state take to tackle the mental health of different age groups during the pandemic? I just clubbed this question with another one who has asked a similar one. And the question is, sir, would you like to say something about what are the causes for suffering from mental health during any crisis? So both are related to mental health.
Actually, I have seen from thanks for those questions, which are very relevant. And actually, if you have seen from the beginning of this lecture today, like, from Simran's talk also that everybody is concerned about the mental health. So that means it is something so serious, which we probably do not take it as seriously as we should have. And because like the pandemic is affecting ourselves so much, and we are becoming isolated, right? And we are not being able to meet our friends, meet our relatives outside. So this is definitely having a negative impact on us. And personally, we have to be responsible for that, and we have to be aware of that like this is going to have an adverse impact on our mental health. So in that case, so we have to find some way to keep ourselves busy and keep our mind happy. And as I think Simran said rightly in the beginning, that we have to keep doing what we know that keep us happy, even in this situation. Like, talk to your friends. And even though it is not advisable that, hey, why are you watching TV? But this is the time. If you have some favorite shows, spend time watching your favorite shows. Develop some new hobbies. Cooking is a great leveler. I think I have developed so many cooking skills during pandemic. I mean, I never thought that some of the things that I would ever cook in life. So I learned those because, this is how you have to stay in home on weekend. You don't want to go out because there are people outside you don't want to meet. And like, you have to be, so what I mean to say is that develop hobbies to keep yourself happy, and find ways to be happy and do things to stay happy, and be alert about like, your mental health. And about I think it has already been started by the government. What I hear is that there is a mental health helpline, which is already there in Assam also. So people the mental health should not be a taboo anymore. And especially in this situation, we should all accept in family also that mental health is real. And because of the pandemic, it is really becoming a more important issue. So we should use those helplines and call whenever there is depression, whenever there is anxiety out of this situation. And maybe like there will be psychiatrists in every small city. So we should seek assistance, because if there is a mental problem, so anxiety can also be treated by medicines. There is treatment for anxiety, medications are there. There is treatment for sleeplessness, there are medications there. There is medications for depression. So we should not hesitate to reach out to doctors, that means psychiatrists. And as parents also, like, we should be careful, as someone asked in the beginning, that if someone is an introvert, it is becoming a problem. Then as parents also, it is our responsibility to think that the kids are getting really affected because they are not going to school, they are not going to college. It's becoming a very different world for them. We have to be kind to them, and then be trying at least to realize that how their mental health is. And it's a more of a need of a social awareness as a society, that we need to be more, thinking of each other, and there has to be more fellow feeling and more like, understanding or empathy, as, Simran said in the beginning, that those are the things that are more important right now. than ever before, so that like we take our mental health seriously. And I think this is really very serious about mental health. And if you have seen today that there are 70 or 80 attendees, and there were so many questions about mental health, and maybe that is something we should really start taking very seriously.
Thank you, sir. There's another question by Summer Siddiq. Her question is, can you reflect on the fact that how this pandemic affected the mental health of the doctors? So, yeah.
I think that's a good question too. Thanks for asking that, because nobody asked that question, that how doctor mental health is affected, because doctors are only supposed to take care of mental health of everybody else. But no, it's okay. That's a good question. I think because see, first of all, we should realize that I will not say doctors alone, because like let us include that healthcare workers. I mean, a nurse or someone who is a cleaner in the hospital is as important as the doctor, and or the nurse, they are playing a very equal role. So they are also part of the society, number one. So they are affected as much as somebody else in the society. And why their mental health is more affected, why I am telling you, because the doctors or the nurses do not have the option to work from home. They have to go to the hospital, even though they know that they are going to face patients who might be having COVID. I am luckily, I feel that I am privileged as a pathologist. I am not facing the patients directly, but those who are working in the ICUs or in the emergency wards, they know they are going to meet patients. Knowing that, they have to every day go out of the home because they don't have an option. It is their job. And it's like the soldier who is going to the war. A soldier cannot say that I am not going to the war because there is a war, I cannot go. But this is the job we have all signed up for. But still there is an extra pressure when you go to the hospital. And when you come back from the hospital, there is another pressure because you know that you might have the disease, you might have got it from somebody, and you are carrying it for yourself. And also when you're going back, there is a chance that you are giving it to your loved one back home. Your kids are there, your parents are there, you are every day coming back home, and then trying to maybe unknowingly you are passing it on to the to the people back home. So that way also there are so many different ways. I think the people in the healthcare sector, their mental health is affected, and that way it is our job also as part of the healthcare fraternity that I myself have been going to hospital since March. I mean, I do not have an option. Even though we have initially we used to work 1 week off, 1 week on, but now we are every day going, right? Because we don't have an option. So I know that okay, now I am talking to everybody, but I don't know what is happening after 7 days or 1 month from today, because I might get from somebody. So there is again another mental pressure, because that is what it is. So, I mean, we have to be careful about that and stay alert and do something that keeps us happy. And I think that is how it is.
Thank you, sir. There's one last question. I found it relevant, so I'd like to ask you this. This is from Payal Sharma. The question is, COVID-19 has highlighted the disparities in the society in various aspects. While government hospitals are providing free of cost treatment, some private hospitals have come up with hefty packages, especially in India. So what is your observation on this, and how is this different or same in comparison with other countries?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, Payal. Thanks for asking this question. Actually, this situation is not exclusive to India alone. So this has happened in other parts of the world, because I am here, so I can talk about US. So what has happened here is that in this country too, there are sections of the society who are more privileged and sections of the society who are less privileged. And less privileged sections of the society have been more severely affected by the disease as compared to the and in fact, that is something that has been exposed by the pandemic, because what happens is that if somebody is from a poor socioeconomic background, they also have other diseases, more likely to have diabetes, more likely to have obesity, more likely to have hypertension, because their lifestyle is also like that. So they have more comorbidity when they get the virus. So already they are more vulnerable from the disease, and as compared to people who are in the affluent community. And in India, the situation will be worse, because people who are from a lower socioeconomic background, they also live closer together. Density, population density will be more also, right? In a slum or in a area, even inside the city, which is less affluent, there are more people together, and there is more chance of transmitting disease from one another. So it is actually unfortunate that how the disease is actually showing the disparity in the society. So we have to be careful about that and take measures in the future that try to, reduce the gap between the different sections of the society. I think I don't have a really good solution to that.
Thank you, Dr. Manan, for really being so insightful. And I'm sure our student participants have really benefited from your deliberation. On behalf of the college, once again, I'd like to thank you. And now we would like to move on to our fourth technical session. May I now invite Mr. Topan Das to please introduce our fourth speaker, that is Mr. Fayaz Ahmed. Over to you, Topan.
Okay, very good morning. Fayaz Ahmed, sir, can you hear me? Am I audible to you? Yes? Okay. A very good morning to you. And first of all, I would like to welcome you to this today's webinar. And we are really happy and very privileged to have you in this particular webinar. So today here, I would like to introduce you to all the participants. Fayaz Ahmed, who hails actually from Jorhat, teaches English at Sultan Qaboos University in Muscat, Oman, with additional supervisory responsibility as the head of student support unit at the Center for Preparatory Studies. Mr. Ahmed has taught both EFL and EAP at a number of leading public universities, both in India and in the Middle East over the past 19 years. He holds an MA in English, in addition to Cambridge DELTA Delta and CELTA CELTA qualifications. He is also working with Bell International UK as a teacher trainer and at the British Council as an IELTS examiner for speaking. His research interest includes, but not limited to, language assessment, SLA, learner motivation, and writing-centered discourses. Therefore, I would like to request Fayaz Ahmed sir to take over the podium, and it's all yours. Thank you.
Yes. I think you can hear me now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Das, for what I thought was a rather flattering introduction. Thank you so much for having me, and it's wonderful to be part of this webinar. I'd like to thank everybody concerned at DCB Girls College, the organizers, and especially my dear old friend, Briz Mohan, the HOD of the English department, for putting this together, for inviting me, and for giving me this wonderful opportunity to interact with students. This is something I love doing, but I can see that there are some teachers here as well. In fact, I was delighted to see a very old friend of mine, Pratim Sharma. He was my senior by a year, and it's nice to see him here as well. All right, so I know COVID has been the dominant theme of this webinar, but I'll gently steer you towards a very different topic, less daunting and less scary, obviously. I'm not going to talk about Corona, so it's going to be perhaps a bit out of sync. So my apologies in advance. I'm assuming most of you are related to teaching English or studying English. Most of you are English major students. So hopefully what I'm going to talk about will resonate with you and you'll find it useful and rewarding. All right, now let me just get started. Let me see how I can share the PowerPoint with you. Just bear with me for a minute. Well, I hope you can see the topic on screen. I'm going to talk about ELT, a world of possibilities. That's the theme of my presentation today. So what I'm going to do is I'll talk for about half an hour and then I'll be able to take your questions. So if you have any questions, just hold on to them till the end and I'll be happy to answer your questions if you have any. All right. So as Mr. Das has already said, I'm actually from Jorhat. I was born and raised in Jorhat, but for the last 25, 26 years, I have been out of Assam. I studied in Aligarh, AMU, then I went to Delhi. I went to the UK for further studies, and then I was in the Middle East. And I've been there for the last 19 years, teaching at different universities. All right, so it's great to reconnect with everybody from Jorhat. Well, let me very quickly walk you through what I'm going to talk about today. Again, my apologies to those who probably have nothing to do with English or English literature and language, because that's what I'm going to talk about. So it's going to be a bit technical, perhaps, to those who are from other fields. Okay, so I'll very quickly talk about what ELT is really about. That's how I'm going to start, by setting the context. And then I'd like to talk about how we can probably turn crisis into an opportunity and the changing perceptions and views about studying English at the tertiary level. And then I'll follow up with some information on some of the major qualifications in ELT, which are crucial for further professional success. I'd also like to talk about the avenues and opportunities available in ELT and some of the core ingredients for success if you want to be an ELT professional. And finally, hopefully, I'll have enough time to take your questions. Well, so let's start with ELT, the term ELT. We keep hearing about ELT, so let's figure what ELT is all about. And then we also keep hearing about TESL and TEFL and TESOL, so there are quite a few problematic terms, so it can be a bit confusing to students. That's why I've chosen ELT, which seems more accessible and especially in India. Now, TESL stands for Teaching English as a Second Language. Now, this is a term which is used very widely in a country like England or in the United States, where English is used or taught to people who speak other languages, so who go to those countries to work or study and who don't have the linguistic equipment to cope with the social or professional demands and challenges. So, say for example, in the UK, there are people from other countries who are studying and working, and they speak different languages. So they are taught English, okay? And it's English taught in a country where English is the first language. So that is TESL, Teaching English as a Second Language. So the context is that of a country where English is the first language. And people who are learning English speak other languages. So mostly the TESL classes tend to be very multilingual, so you find students from different countries learning English. And then you have a term like TEFL, teaching English as a foreign language. Now, there are countries like, say, for example, China or the Middle East, where I am right now, where English is not really the second language. It is considered a foreign language. And students need to learn English because that's how they can probably succeed academically and professionally. So English is considered an important language, but not really an official or second language. So in a context like that, normally the classes tend to be monolingual. So you have, like, say, for example, Omanis or Emiratis or Chinese or Arabs, all students belonging to one particular country. So that kind of really makes a difference in terms of pedagogy, the way you teach, the way you get it to your students, whether the class is a multilingual setting or a monolingual setting, it makes a lot of difference. And then you have a more inclusive term like TESOL, teaching English to speakers of other languages, which is a very popular term in the United States. But in a country like India, I feel ELT is a more inclusive term, English, teaching English as a second language. ELT, English language teaching. So I'll probably stick to this term, ELT. So it's more appropriate for the teaching and learning context in India because, in India, English is not treated as a foreign language, okay? And it's not really the first language of the majority of the population. In fact, I just found out like maybe 0.002% people in India use English as their first language. So I think ELT will be more appropriate. If you want to know more about what ELT really is, this is a very useful website. You can check it out. WhatisELT.com. It's a free website. There's a lot of useful resources, a lot of valuable information. So you can check this out if you need more details about what ELT is. Now, what I'll do is just give you a very quick overview of what you can perhaps expect in an ELT, as a subject or as an academic discipline at the tertiary level. So you have things like teaching methodology. I'm sure you've heard about different methods of teaching English, like direct method and communicative method of teaching English, and task-based method of teaching English, community-based language learning, different ways of approaching pedagogy in ELT. So this is what you get to learn about in ELT. And then you have SLA, second language acquisition. I'm sure you've heard about people like Chomsky talking about universal grammar, and Stephen Krashen talking about input hypothesis. So, the focus is on how children learn a second language, which is very important. If you really want to be an ELT teacher, you need to know how children acquire a second language and how it's different from acquiring the first language. And then, of course, language assessment. You get to read about language assessment, how to construct a valid and reliable language test to measure a student's performance fairly and accurately. Curriculum design, designing resources and materials for an English lesson, designing a curriculum, teaching different skills, writing, speaking, and listening, and then grammar, vocabulary, teaching different language areas. So this is very inclusive. It also includes like study of phonetics, for example, and the speaking, and then, studying genres, different genres while reading, for example, or in writing, discourse is very important, different discursive structures or different types of writing. And then most importantly, teaching practice. So as you can see, ELT is it has a very applied aspect to it. So it's not all theory. So that's how it's different from, say, linguistics, where you study about the history of languages or description of, different structural features of language. So there's a practical component, which is teaching practice. So basically you get to teach and you get to learn, you get feedback. And that's how ELT is different from other related fields. Okay, now I'd just like to take you back to what was happening when we were probably students. I'm talking about early 90s when I was doing my bachelor's and then master's. Now, in Assam, even today, when you talk about doing MA in English, you'd probably talk about English literature. So it's taken for granted. It's assumed that basically it's a syllabus in English literature. So you study from Shakespeare to T.S. Eliot, modernist poetry and romantic poetry and Elizabethan drama. So that's what a traditional English syllabus looks like, despite the fact that it's a master's or a bachelor's in English. So it's very exclusive. It's all about literature. So when we were students, so we did basically English literature. I did my bachelor's and master's in English, and then maybe some bits and pieces of language, some stylistics, some rhetorics, but it wasn't kind of really done in a very systematic way. All right. So, and then of course we evolved and we had like, literary theory and cultural studies all thrown in, but still language was in the margin. It was in the periphery and it didn't kind of get the kind of attention it really deserved. So now what is happening is there's a very clear bifurcation. So you can do an MA in English literature, or if you want to be an ELT specialist, you can go into a highly specialized field, which is English language teaching. So you can do a master's in ELT and you become an ELT teacher. So I did my master's in English, but then I had to move to ELT because there were more opportunities. I thought it was more relevant and useful. Despite my love for literature, I made a switch to ELT, and I thought ELT offered me a window of opportunities which were not available in literature. So this is how it looks. So basically what we call an MA in English or BA in English has changed over a period of time. And from studying literature to it has become a bifurcated, a highly specialized field. So you can study literature separately. You can do an MA in English literature, or you can do an MA in ELT. Now, I would like to talk about some of the key qualifications that you need to become an ELT specialist. So if you are doing English, for example, and you think that opportunities are not there and you want to make a switch like me to ELT, English language teaching, you need certain qualifications. The job market in ELT is highly competitive. I'm going to talk about that a little later. So you need to equip yourself with the right qualifications if you really want to make a mark. Now, I'd like to talk about CELTA. CELTA stands for Certificate in Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages. Now, this is the most widely recognized and popular international ELT qualification. So if you want to say, for example, in India, it's kind of catching on now, but it's quite a popular qualification in the rest of the world. So if you want to teach English in a different country, not literature, but ELT, if you want to teach ELT in another country, or if you're looking for an opportunity, then you need to equip yourself with CELTA, which has global credibility. So it's a qualification everybody knows about. This is a qualification that's awarded by Cambridge University, so it carries a lot of credibility. You just need to be a graduate. That's the best part. You don't have to be a first-class graduate. You just need to be a graduate to be able to do a CELTA, which is excellent. And in India, it's offered by the British Council. Like I did my CELTA from the UK. I went to the UK and, I was at the University of Sheffield. But if you think that's way too expensive, you want to do it from India, you can just contact the British Council for CELTA. It can be done full-time. If you do it full-time, it just takes 1 month. That's it. It's very intense, but it just takes a month. You can do it part-time, so it's very flexible. It takes a bit longer, maybe 6 to 8 weeks, but the certificate is the same. And there are some blended options as well. So there's an on-site component. So you go and observe other teachers and then you practice teaching, you get feedback. So obviously that has to be done on-site, right? And then the theoretical input can be given to you, delivered to you online. So there's a blended option as well. So it's very flexible. So you have theoretical input, principles of language teaching, for example, combined with actual teaching practice. So you observe teachers and then you teach and then you get their feedback both in writing and orally. Now, I did my CELTA, I think in 2008, when I made the switch from teaching literature to language. And the first step forward was doing CELTA. And trust me, I was already a teacher for, I think, about 7 to 8 years when I did CELTA. And CELTA opened up a new world of possibilities for me. I learned new techniques, new strategies. I learned how to make a language lesson interesting and engaging. I could start thinking out of the box. So CELTA proved to be very useful, very helpful for me. If you need more information about CELTA, you can go to the Cambridge official website. There's a lot of information about CELTA, how you can go about it, some resources to just get you started. Please check it out if you're interested. Next step could be Delta. So CELTA is certificate, Delta is diploma. It's also awarded by Cambridge. If you need more information, you can go to, again, the official Cambridge website, and you find a lot of information about Delta. You find a handbook for Delta candidates, and you find sample course materials and papers, exam papers. So it's very useful. Now, Delta stands for Diploma in Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages. And this is the most prestigious and sought after international ELT qualification. It's definitely more complex, more challenging than CELTA. It's a step forward. But after CELTA, if you really want to kind of become a serious ELT professional, Delta could be the next step. It's awarded by Cambridge University, and Delta is not meant for beginners. So if you're new to teaching, you should start with CELTA. But if you're an experienced teacher and you want to make a switch and you're looking for opportunities globally, outside India, for example, then Delta is a qualification that carries a lot of weight. So you can also become a certified teacher trainer. Teacher training has become quite a norm these days. You can train other teachers. You can actually do a lot of freelance work. You can do a lot of part-time work along with your day job. So if you want to become a certified Cambridge trained teacher trainer, then you need to have Delta. In India, Delta is offered by British Council in all major cities. Unfortunately, it's not available in Assam, but Delhi, Calcutta could be the nearest center. Now, again, Delta is very flexible. There are 3 modules and it can be done full-time. If you do it full-time, it takes like about 6 to 7 weeks. For example, I went for an on-site Delta full-time program, and I went to the University of Cambridge for my Delta. But you don't have to spend so much money. You can be where you are, and you can complete your Delta because there are different options. So you can do it part-time. There are blended options as well. So basically, there are 3 modules. You have to take an on-site exam. That exam is conducted by the British Council. There's a teaching practice module where you teach, so that has to be conducted on-site, and then you get feedback. And finally, the 3rd module is a research project. So you do like a mini research, and you build a curriculum, and then you design your assessment instruments. So it's quite comprehensive, and this can be delivered online. This can be done online. And the best part is these 3 modules, there is no compulsion. So you could just start in any order. So you could start with module 3 and then move on to 2 or 1, for example. Or you can if you're too busy or you don't have the resources, you could just wait for a year after you complete your first module and then move on to another. So it's very flexible. For example, I was too busy with other commitments, so I could not finish it one go. So it took me 3 years to complete Delta. And Delta made me read so much. I mean, I feel that I became a better teacher. Thanks to all the reading I did, thanks to all the exposure I got, and Delta was a different ballgame altogether. CELTA, for new teachers, yes, CELTA is very useful. But if you really want to go deep, dive deep into the field of ELT, and you really want to be a skilled teacher, then Delta could be the way forward. Now, there's another qualification that not many people in India know about. This is again a qualification which is offered by Cambridge. It's called Teaching Knowledge Test, TKT. I'm sure some of you have heard about this. It's a test about the principles and practices of ELT. Now, it's a globally well-known ELT test run by Cambridge University. So you can take the test, and then there are 3 modules again, and there's a 4-band written test. So you first do the course, and then, and you can do the course online. You don't have to be on site. But then there's a paper-based test. The test is not online. So you have to actually go to a center, like Calcutta has a center, for example. So you can go there, take the written test, and you get a certificate for each module separately. So this is like a benchmark. This is like, a proof of excellence that you're an ELT expert and you have the required knowledge of the principles and practices of contemporary ELT. It's offered in India by British Council and Asian College of Teachers. And there are centers in Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore. So this is another very popular qualification. And the written test is usually held in June, July. So if you're, say, for example, a working professional, you'll have your break. And these courses are actually designed for professionals, teachers who are otherwise not free to go anywhere. So normally these exams, like the Delta Module 1 exam, for example, is held during the summer break in June, July. And there are preparation courses available in addition to sample tests and guidelines. So if you go to the Cambridge website, just click on this link and it'll give you all the information you need about TKT. So you get to see sample tests as well, and guidelines, and what kinds of exams are conducted. So you get a lot of information. And there are some preparation courses as well. So if you're not confident, you can do a preparation course, or you can just, if you're already an experienced teacher, you can just take the test without any preparation at all, or you can probably just prepare on your own. Now, a lot of students might find it very daunting because, these are international qualifications. Obviously, cost is a major factor. They could be a bit more expensive than other courses. But if you're looking for a more, homespun qualification, so to speak, you can probably consider going for a PGCTE. I'm sure some of the attendees here must have already done it. I'm sure you have a lot of information about PGCTE, but I advise all English major students who probably want to switch to ELT, who want to know more about ELT, to do this course. This is a course that's offered by English and Foreign Languages University, IFLU, Hyderabad. They have a campus in Shillong, another campus in Lucknow. This is the only Indian university that is exclusively ELT and English based. So if you want to, all other universities, they're general universities, but IFLU is the only university that offers exclusively language-based and ELT-based and literature-based courses. So it's a specialist university, and you can do a postgraduate certificate in the teaching of English. I think it costs about 5,000 to 6,000 Indian rupees. It's very reasonable, and you can get a certificate. You become a certified ELT professional. So you can do this certificate course, certificate in teaching in English from IFLU Hyderabad. But the one thing that you need to remember is that you have to be postgraduate. Like for CELTA, for example, you just need to be a graduate. That's the minimum qualification. But for this certificate course in teaching English, you have to have a postgraduate degree first. And the best part is that the assignments, I think there's 7 assignments, and they're delivered online, but they have to be followed by an obligatory contact cum examination program. Again, that's held in June, July, when probably you have a break or you have your summer holidays. So you have to take an exam, and there's a teaching practice component, practical component as well. So you have to be on site. You have to be in Hyderabad. I'm not sure if the Shillong campus offers this, so you may liaise with them as well to find out more about the contact program. But one thing that has really impressed me about this course, I have the materials. They have got some very high quality printed materials, and they'll send you the materials by post. So you've got these booklets on ELT, on phonetics, on social linguistics, and on grammar and discourse analysis, and they're highly, highly useful, very useful. very rewarding. So that is part of the package. So you get all the materials and then you study online, you complete assignments, and once you complete all the assignments, you attend the contact program and take the exam. The program takes a year to complete. So if you start, say, in August or September, then in June, July, the following year, you can go and attend the contact program. But it's very flexible again. It can be extended further and you can take like another year or two to complete the program. Now, another conventional qualification, which you might consider is an MA in ELT, right? So I'd just like to very briefly highlight where an MA in ELT is offered. So if you are looking for a conventional master's in ELT, for example, you've done your bachelor's in English literature, and now you want to make a switch to language, like I did. So you're looking for a place to study, do your MA. Unfortunately, most universities in India, I found out, don't offer an MA in ELT. So it's again an MA in English, which is of no use if you want to be an ELT professional. So you need to find an appropriate master's degree that actually prepares you for the world of ELT. Now, when I did a Google search, I spent some time researching, and I found out that only a handful of Indian universities actually offer a regular MA in ELT. So for example, some of the big names, BHU or JNU, don't offer an MA in ELT. So it's either an MA in linguistics, which is again, you know, too theoretical, or an MA in English or English literature. So it may not be relevant to your concerns. Now, if you want to go for a face-to-face course, a master's degree in ELT, then it's offered by Aligarh Muslim University, IFLU. I just talked about IFLU, English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. And luckily, Guwahati University has an MA in ELT. So that's near home. You can find out more about that course by going to the university website. So these are some of the universities that offer an MA in ELT, a 2-year MA in ELT. If you don't have the resources, or you are working, or you want to do it part-time or in a distance mode, then I think the best option for you will be a distance MA in ELT that's offered by Netaji Subhas Open University in West Bengal. So you can check out their website as well. I found it pretty impressive. Their syllabus seems all-inclusive, covers all bases. So just take a look if you're interested. Unfortunately, if you want to, say, teach in India, you don't want to go abroad and you want to teach in India, and you want to teach in an Indian university, you of course need to have UGC NET. Now, I would expect NET to be in ELT as well. Unfortunately, it's not available as of now, and that shows the kind of the level of awareness we have. It's very low. It hasn't kind of really caught on. But one thing's for sure, given the global trend, this is going to be the way forward. So more and more people probably would move from literature to language and to ELT, because ELT is more relevant today. And it's more real world, so to speak. And literature is kind of fast losing its relevance. So it could be just a goal in itself. You may love literature, you may do, a bachelor's or a master's in literature. But if you're looking for greater opportunities, or you want to go and work abroad, literature unfortunately has no takers these days. So, I mean, I was very idealistic about it when I started my career. I started by teaching English literature at the postgraduate level, and I wanted to be an English literature teacher, but then, there was a lack of opportunities. And when I wanted to go abroad and work, I just couldn't find any employment opportunities. So I decided to make a career switch, and I moved from literature to language, to applied linguistics and ELT. And I believe that has stood me in good stead. So one reason why I thought maybe I can share this information with you. So if you want to take NET, the NET is still either in English or linguistics. But linguistics is again pure theory, or in English, but ELT, components of ELT are included in the English syllabus. So if you've already done your BA and then, with a little more push, you can probably do a little bit of ELT and you can take your NET, and then you're eligible to teach in India at the tertiary level. Now, a lot of people don't know that there are scholarships available for studying in the UK. And the good thing is the masters in ELT in the UK, just like other courses, it's just 1 year. So unlike India, where it takes 2 years to do a master's. In some countries, it takes even 3 years. Luckily, in the UK, in a year's time, you can complete your master's degree. And the MA in ELT in the UK is considered very prestigious. Some of the best universities offer an MA in ELT. It's not like India. So you have more opportunities and you have more options as well. So obviously, again, it's about resources, but then you can apply for a scholarship. You got to try, you got to make an effort, and you got to, put your best foot forward. So don't give up, look for a scholarship, do a little bit of research. I'll just give you a head start here. Now, not many people, even I didn't know this, not many people know that there is a scholarship by Hornby Educational Trust, named after the great man who actually compiled Oxford English Advanced Learners Dictionary, Hornby, A.S. Hornby, so named after him. So this is called Hornby Educational Trust, and they offer a full scholarship that includes everything. Your living expenses, tuition, and visa, everything is covered. So it's a full scholarship exclusively for international students who want to do an MA in ELT at the University of Warwick. Now, this is one of the best known universities. I've been there, and their ELT department is one of the best in the UK and the world. So you get an opportunity, if you win this scholarship, you get an opportunity to do your master's from there in ELT, all expenses paid. Interviews are held. There is a long process. Just go to their website, find out every year, a lot of people apply. And I know at least 3 to 4 Indian students who have made it and who have done this MA in ELT, and they didn't have to spend a penny. So this is a scholarship exclusively for those students who want to specialize in ELT at the University of Warwick. Now, there's another scholarship which is called Felix Scholarship, and this is the best part is it's a scholarship only for India. So you're not competing with students from other countries, and it's for students who have a first-class degree in BA, meritorious students, but who don't have the economic resources or the wherewithal to go abroad. So they can apply for a Felix Scholarship, and it's exclusively for Indian students. There's another scholarship offered by the British Council to those students who want to go to the UK to do their masters. They're called Great Scholarships. Just check out their websites. There's a lot of information. And then, of course, Commonwealth Master's Scholarships. And I know people who have got these scholarships. So it's not impossible. There's no dearth of talent among us. It's just that we probably lack the exposure. But thanks to the internet and the global context that we live in, it has become easier now to access information. So, just check out these websites. You can apply for a scholarship. Now, I'll briefly talk about the kinds of teaching opportunities which are available for ELT specialists. So if you've done a master's in ELT, what next? What could you possibly do? Of course, you can teach in India, but as I said, there are not many ELT departments in India. So again, maybe you'll have very limited choices. But if you want to go to another country and work, there are very rewarding opportunities, economically rewarding opportunities, the kind of opportunities that you cannot even imagine. All right, so you can travel to another country, live there, experience a different culture, and you can teach ELT. Now, Middle East is one of the biggest hubs that attracts a lot of ELT professionals from all over the world. And this is where I'm based. I'm based in Oman. But when I say Middle East, I'm referring to all Middle Eastern countries like Bahrain or Saudi Arabia. I lived in Saudi Arabia as well. I worked for 14 years in Saudi before I moved to Oman. And then UAE and Qatar and Kuwait. So all these countries, they form the Middle East. So there's one thing that most universities in the Middle East, most colleges in the Middle East have in common, and that is they all offer a preparatory program. It's also called a foundation program. So what happens in a foundation program is that, students who join the university fresh from school. Their English is not good enough. So what they do is they have to complete a mandatory foundation year requirement. So they have to spend 2 semesters doing foundation year. So they have to do math, they have to do IT as well, but they have to spend a lot of time doing English. So they need, and I'm talking about thousands of students. I'm talking about all students. I'm not just talking about specialists. I'm not talking about English honors students. I'm talking about students from the College of Medicine, College of Engineering, College of Architecture, College of Humanities, who all need English. So before they're eligible to go to different colleges or choose different colleges, they have to complete some mandatory language requirements. And one such requirement is they have to join the foundation program, and they're placed at different levels. And they have to study English for at least 18 hours a week. So it's like a full-time program. So for a program like this, staffing is an issue, and these universities need a lot of teachers. Now, they would not accept a teacher who is just a specialist in English or English literature. So if you say that you have a master's in English or you have a master's in English literature, they would ask for your transcripts. And the transcripts will clearly say that basically what you've done is a degree in literature. So you probably did Shakespeare, you did neoclassical literature, you did romantic literature, you did modernist literature, but it will not really reflect the kind of abilities that you'd need to be an ELT professional. So they would probably not, they turn down your application. So if you want to teach in one of these programs, it's very important that you acquire an ELT qualification. That's very, very important. And then there are private language schools in East Asia, very thriving, especially in countries like China, Taiwan, and South Korea. So if being in the Middle East is not your thing, or you're looking for a more exotic experience, you might actually look further east, and you can go to a language school and teach in one of these countries. You can also teach either EAP or ESP. Now, EAP is English for academic purposes. So, when somebody's doing master's, somebody's doing PhD, they also need to communicate in English. They need to be able to write in English. They need to be able to, I'm not talking about specialists in English. I'm talking about those students who study other courses, but their English is not good enough, and they need to study EAP, English for academic purposes. So they need to learn how to do research in English, how to write an essay, a discursive essay in English, for example, or how to write a dissertation in English. So to train such students, every university, every college in the Middle East, they need EAP teachers. So EAP is again a component of ELT, right? So if you are an ELT specialist, then you actually get an opportunity to teach a course like this. Or you can teach an ESP course. Now, ESP is slightly different. ESP is English for specific purposes. So for example, if you're an engineer, there is technical English, engineering English. Now, in a country like ours, where, people study English, maybe it's kind of taken for granted. So when you go to engineering, you don't need to learn English, all right? But then, there are students who struggle, whose English is not very proficient. And they do engineering, for example, or they do medicine, and everything is in English. They have to communicate, they have to write, they have to read in English. So they find it quite challenging. So for such students in the Middle East, there are ESP courses, English for specific purposes. So for example, if you want to go into tourism, so you can go for English for tourism. You want to be a lawyer, you can go for a course like English for law. Or you want to be an engineer, so you can go for a course specially designed for engineers. So it's very technical. So it's related to that particular field. So you can go for, a course like this. So there's a lot of demand, especially in this part of the world, for EAP and ESP teachers. And these teachers come from an ELT background. There are some very popular job sites. In fact, I remember my first job in Saudi. When I applied for this job, I could barely, browse the internet at that point. I'm talking about 2001. And I didn't know much about the internet at that point. But I remember having applied online through eslcafe.com. So that was the website which got me my first job in Saudi Arabia. So there's a very popular job site. It's still active, and it's one of the most widely recognized website for ELT job seekers. So once you have a qualification, you can start searching for jobs, and you can apply online. Another one is tfl.com, again, a very credible and popular site for job seekers. for ELT jobs. This is the, part of the home screen for Dev's ESL Cafe, a very popular website, eslcafe.com. So just check them out. There's a job board, there's an international job board, and in real time, it keeps changing. And you can see there are jobs being posted from all over the world. And you can apply online, and then you get an instant response. So it's great. Now, I'd just like to list a few best known public employers in the Middle East, some of the best universities, and they offer great facilities, a great remuneration package, at par with the best in the world. So Sultan Qaboos University, this is the only and the oldest and the biggest public university in Oman. This is where I am. King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah, one of the largest universities in the Middle East, and they recruit a lot of English teachers every year. Qatar University Doha, they've got a massive foundation program and a very multicultural English department, ELT department, and they've got teachers like from all over the world. Zayed University Abu Dhabi, another biggie, a major university in the UAE. And then you have higher colleges of technology in UAE. There are different colleges in different places like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Ras Al Khaimah, and Sharjah, for example. And then there are colleges of technology and applied sciences in Oman, again, in different places in Oman. And there are industrial colleges in Saudi Arabia. There are 2 industrial colleges, one in Jubail, one in Yanbu, and you can find a lot of information on their websites. I'm just kind of giving you a sneak peek, so to speak. Now, for me, the key ingredients for success would be, number 1, your oral fluency and excellent overall communication skills. Now, most of our English graduates, the focus is always on the content knowledge. So you may be an expert on literature. So I know many teachers who don't have great communication skills, but they're great teachers because they're teaching not the language, they're teaching literature, and they have great command over the subject. All right. But if you want to compete with global ELT professionals, especially when you're competing against people who are native speakers, most ELT professionals are from countries like the US, UK, Australia, or New Zealand. So you have to compete with them, and English is not our first language. So just having a great qualification may not be good enough. So if you really want to impress the interviewers, or you want to get a good job, then you need to be very fluent and you need to have great overall communication skills. Now, this is something you really need to work on. Remember, we're talking about ELT, and you're competing with the best ELT professionals globally, and they're from different countries, and mostly they're native speakers. So you have to show that you have the near native command over the language. That's very important. This is something they really value. So if you don't have the fluency, if you don't have the communication skills, then your knowledge may not be very helpful. So how you present yourself in an interview, for example, is very important. Like, there's this Tissot Arabia conference. This conference is one of the best known conferences in this part of the world, ELT conferences, and it's held annually in Dubai, and they have a job fair. I've been there, so I saw the job fair. In fact, that's how I got hired by Sultan Qaboos University. I was presenting at the conference and I went to the job fair. So there's a job fair where you find different employers from all over the world recruiting ELT professionals. So you can attend the conference and you can then go to the job fair and you can, apply for a job, and then you get called for an interview. Now, the interview is very critical. So you need to present yourself in a certain way. There are certain expectations that you need to meet. And one thing that's given is your communication skills in English. Another thing that universities and colleges in this part of the world really value is experience. So if you're a fresher, it's going to be very challenging. Even when I came here, I already had like 2 years of experience at an Indian university, public university, before I was in the Department of English at Aligarh Muslim University. I taught there for 2 years, and then I applied for this, my first job in Saudi Arabia. So for freshers, it's going to be really hard. But when I say experience, it doesn't mean you have to teach in a university. It could be like a non-profit organization, or it could be, you know, in a local college, or even a school. That's fine, as long as you have some experience and you're able to produce evidence, proof of that experience, which is great. So if you have 2-3 years of hands-on experience, language teaching experience, that kind of stands you in good stead, and you know, you stand a much better chance of cracking it. But well, this might sound cliche, but the fact is you need these 3Ds. So you need the drive, you need the desire to excel, the desire to do well. And that's not enough. You need that discipline. You need to be able to put in the required amount of hard work. And then, of course, the mental strength. Determination is very important. You may get rejected, you may experience failures, but that should not bog you down. And you should just keep trying. You should just hang in there despite the odds. That's the mantra. Now, I just wanted to share this picture with you for a reason. Now, as you can see, this is me. This was taken in 2012 at the University of Cambridge, where I was doing my diploma in English language teaching, Delta. And I got an opportunity, because that was part of the course, I got an opportunity to teach university students, again, preparatory year students. So they were from like different colleges and doing different courses, but their English proficiency level was very low. So they were running this course and I was given a chance to teach this course. So you can see there are students from different countries. One thing that is unique about this picture is that no two students are from the same country. So there are some students from East Asian countries, there's some students from Russia, from Bolivia, from Venezuela, from Guatemala, and from countries like France and Germany and Spain. There are students from Yemen and Pakistan and Libya. It's quite a mix. So it was a delight teaching these students. And I think this is the joy of teaching ELT. So you're not just doing a job, but you also get to experience different cultures. Something that is not possible in a country like India, maybe where you're probably teaching in a more monolingual setting. But when you go to the Gulf, for example, and when you go to a country like England, for example, and you're an ELT specialist, you get to teach a multicultural class where students are from different countries, and that exposes you to different cultures. And language teaching, I think, gives you a great opportunity to bond with students and learn more about different cultures. So, and you can see they're from different age groups. So they're not really the conventional students we have in mind. So there was a gentleman who was doing his PhD, and he joined my course, and we had a great time together. So that also gives you a lot of flexibility, and you are basically catering at multiple levels. So that makes you more flexible, and that turns you into a skilled teacher. So that's all I have for today. I'm sorry, I think I probably overshot my limit. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for the relevant information that you've given us. We have a couple of questions here. So the first question is from Priyam N. Sharma, and her question is, does a professional degree like ELT equip one to be a better teacher of English to non-native speakers, or a better trainer of English language teachers?
Okay, I think that's a good one. Thank you. It depends on the qualification that you have. All right. So for example, if you have a certificate course like CELTA, it definitely makes a better teacher out of you. You learn new techniques. And I'm not talking about theory alone. I'm talking about actual techniques of teaching. And you see these techniques in action. You actually attend observations, you observe skilled ELT teachers, and then you replicate some of those techniques and you try them in your own teaching. And you get ample opportunities to teach and try out your ideas. And then, you get like feedback from an expert teacher, and that feedback really helps. It's written as well as oral, and it's very detailed. So I think it definitely makes a better teacher out of you. But when you do something like a diploma, for example, like I'll just give you an example. When you do a certificate course, you have to plan your lessons. When you do an observed lesson, you have to plan your lesson. So the lesson plan probably would run into about 5 to 6 pages. But if you're doing Delta and you are creating a lesson plan for your observed lessons, that lesson plan can run into 30 pages. One lesson plan for a 50-minute lesson. So that gives you an idea as to how deep you have to go. So basically you have to do a running commentary and you have to talk about why you've chosen a particular activity, and in light of research and reading that you've done, you have to justify each and every activity that you've included in your lesson. So definitely that kind of gives you more depth, and you become more equipped to become a teacher trainer. But in any case, you become a better teacher. I mean, I think I've come a long way. I had my bachelor's, I had my master's, I had a lot of theoretical knowledge, but I never knew how to teach. So when I started teaching an ELT class, I was all over the place. I mean, I was talking all the time, and the class was very teacher-centered, and the flow of information was unilinear. Students hardly had any teachers, because we never got an opportunity to speak in the class. And if you do, then probably you just, the teacher would discourage you or not really encourage you to speak. So for the first time when I was doing CELTA, that is like after 8 years of teaching, I realized what a learner-centered classroom is all about, how you can democratize the classroom, so to speak, how you can let students take control of their learning and, and the classroom discourse, which is great because at the end of the day, what are we trying to do? We are trying to empower our students. So learner autonomy is at the heart of the matter. So how can you promote learner autonomy? If you just keep speaking and you don't give a chance to students to ask you questions, then obviously if it's not interactive and you're simply just, reading or simply making them write without any input, without any feedback, or without involving and engaging them, well, obviously it will be very uninteresting. So definitely CELTA and Delta equip you with those techniques, and you become a skilled teacher. You become more aware of your learners' needs. You know how to differentiate your instruction based on different kinds of learners. You know how to cater to different types and different levels of learners, which is very important to ELT.
Thank you so much. We have another question. This is from Pranjum Priyam. And the question is, recently we have come across a dictum that the policy framers would make vernacular medium of instruction mandatory till grade 5. And it is often found that English language is still seen not as a medium of communication, but something which would make the society more westernized. What is your observation on this?
Thank you so much for the question. It's very close to my heart. I was a bit concerned about what is happening. I saw the draft national education policy, and one thing that kind of really, I was very happy with the policy. I think there are lots of positive changes, but one thing that's being proposed really concerned me, and that is, the role of English and obviously the vernacular medium. Now, I went to an Assamese medium school, which I think is fine. I don't think that should deter you from becoming an English teacher. I had the passion, I had the drive, and I wanted to become an English teacher. I knew that I wasn't cut out for anything else. So I could take on those challenges, and here I am today. I mean, I've come a long way. So the fact that you are from a vernacular medium school, I think should not deter you. My main concern is that when English is pushed to the periphery and it's seen as something westernized or something that brings some cultural values, so it's a corrupting influence. I don't think we need to, in a globalized world today, we don't need to see English that way. We need to see English as a means to an end, as an instrument that we can use to empower ourselves. So I think we need to engage more with English. And English, I just don't understand why we cannot study English, say, from class 1. Like, for example, I learned ABCD in class 5, and I'm sure that's the case with most students who went to an Assamese medium school. Now, English is something, if we could study geography, history, or mathematics or science from class 1, why could we? I'm not talking about the medium. Assamese medium is fine, but why can't we study English as a subject from year 1? I mean, we have read Noam Chomsky, we have read about universal grammar, we have read about critical age, and we know that there's a certain age when, students can learn a language or multiple languages with ease. They have that innate ability. And as you grow older, 12, 13, it becomes more and more challenging. But I think we have failed to tap into that with a very, myopic policy. And that's because of that fear that, English is a symbol of the Western culture, which is not really the case. I'm not talking about the English medium schools. Again, that has become very fashionable. Parents send their kids to English medium schools thinking that they'll be able to learn English. But I know many students from English medium schools who can't communicate. And communication is the key. We need to use it not as just a subject of study, but as a tool for real world communication. And if you're not able to do that, I think we have failed as teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. I have a last question. This is from Payal Sharma again. The question is, are there any online courses that students can go for in case they are interested in linguistics? Sometimes the language lab modules out here do not serve the purpose.
Okay, thank you. There are postgraduate courses on linguistics, but as I said, linguistics is more theoretical. So we need to kind of make a distinction between linguistics, which kind of gives you, insights into the history of languages. You talk about descriptive linguistics and historical linguistics. So that's more theoretical. But if you're looking at something more applied, then you may go for applied linguistics, which is a broader field. And ELT is actually part of applied linguistics. So when you do applied linguistics, you also do, social linguistics and pragmatics and, semantics and other areas. But ELT is a more specialized field. But if you want to go for applied linguistics, I know there are 2-3 universities in India that offer distance courses. And IFLU definitely does offer a distance program on linguistics, which has a very strong applied element. Maybe you can give it a try. Just contact IFLU. Shillong has a campus. Maybe you can liaise with them and find out more about the opportunities available. But I know if you're working or studying and you want to do something additional online, I think there are opportunities available. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for enlightening us on this very relevant topic. And we have almost come to the end of the 4th technical session. I would like to thank all our participants,
Thank you so much. আটাইকে বহুত বহুত ধন্যবাদ জনাইছো মোক এই সুবিধাটো দিবৰ বাবে দিয়াৰ বাবে আৰু আটাইৰ লগত ইন্টাৰেক্ট কৰি বৰ ভাল লাগিল I wish I spent more time but well there is a limit so I understand. Thank you so much once again for having me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you once again. May I now request coordinator of the webinar, Mr. Breed Mohan Hazarika, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dorothy. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, on behalf of the Department of English, DCB Girls College, Department of English, Bahana College, Department of English, Kakojan College, and Department of English, Dikhomuk College, extend our heartiest thanks to all the esteemed speakers of today's webinar for gracing the event and sharing with us your valuable opinions. A big thank you to our youngest guest speaker, Simran Bhattacharya, for sharing insightful thoughts on the topic coping with crisis and for outlining effective strategies for overcoming adversities in times of crisis. I must mention our deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Sanghamitra Goswami for enlightening us with her graphic projection of the future jobs market following the onset of the 4th Industrial Revolution. I may also like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Rifat Mannan for giving an excellent coverage of the health issues pertaining to the COVID-19 pandemic. I also like to convey our extreme gratitude to Professor Faiz Ahmed for his explanation on the possibilities of language teaching as a prospective career option. I would like to extend our thanks to the principal, DCB Girls College, Dr. Jinamuni Bhuya, for inaugurating today's webinar and also for her kind consent to us for hosting the event. I would also like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to Dr. Bikas Sharma, Assistant Professor in the Department of Physics, DCB Girls College, and Miss Payal Sharma and Pranjum Priyam, both 6th semester students of our department, for lending the logistic and technical support in hosting the webinar. Finally, I would like to thank all the student participants from different parts of the country for gracing the occasion and making our endeavor see the light of success. Well, ladies and gentlemen, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The process started rolling weeks ago. We have been fortunate to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues in the Department of English who know their job and are result oriented. The support and cooperation extended by our fellow colleagues of the collaborating colleges had made our tasks all the more easier. Before I conclude, I once again thank our guest speakers for sparing their valuable time and making the event a fruitful one. We long for a similar association in the future too. With these words, I declare the webinar session to be over. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have come to the end of the webinar. Thank you for your patient hearing and hope that we will get back in a similar platform like this to discuss more relevant issues concerning students and the teaching faculty as well as